Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for being here. We'll go ahead and get started with our part of the day. So first things first, my name is Don Vegro. I'm the project lead for the project we're talking about here today. But before we get into any of those details, I want to first thank our event organizers, West Rhode Community College. I've done a tremendous job. Christine, Tiffany, for their resources. I've put a huge amount of effort for today's event in the project. So I want to thank them before we begin. Our host, West Rhode Community College, Dr. Dale, has a few words. And she's been a tremendous supporter of this project from early on, developing the proposal, beginning to assemble stakeholders, and has really been critical. So we're very much appreciative of the project.
Just wanted to welcome everyone to Western Wyoming Community College. How many people, by a show of hands, have never been on our campus? Well, welcome. I encourage you, when you have some time, to get out, look around, see what we're all about, and spend some time in our 580,000 square feet. Okay, so our facilities folks have their work cut out for them, but it's very convenient when the weather is crummy, right? Everything's underneath one roof. So welcome to everyone. Just a couple of quick facts about Western. We serve roughly about 3,500 credit students per year. We also serve a significant number of business and industry students, if you will. We do continuous education. We do a lot of testing, and so we are a hub for our community, and particularly in manufacturing, industrial technology. If you have a chance and you ever are driving, let's see, it would be east on I-80, and you look up on the hill and you look at Western, and you see this long part of the building, you'll see these little dog houses on top. It's part of our architecture, and that's called a tipple. Anybody know what that is? Tammy, you're not allowed to answer. It's part of the old mining operation, and so this was part of the construction and the mechanism to get things down into the mine and back up. And so that's what those little dog houses used to be on top of mines. So this building is actually built with the mining industry. We have about, I would say, roughly give or take 200, 250 full-time employees. That will double depending on the semester. And which means that we have a lot of adjunct faculty, and that helps us bring in expertise into the classroom. And we serve pretty much the lower quadrant of the state of Wyoming, Southwest Wyoming, 29,000 square miles, just a little past. So we do have robust outreach services and online opportunities for us. So like Gavin mentioned, we probably started this conversation at least a year and a half ago, might have been longer. I remember it was COVID, during COVID. We're very, very excited for this opportunity to partner with SER. We actually have designated a room, an office here on site for SER. And we appreciate having our partners from the on our campus and interacting with our faculty and staff. And we're very, very excited to see what kinds of treasures are going to come out of the River Basin. So we feel that we're very poised to be a good partner, and whether that is our research opportunities to partner together and or our workforce development, Western is here to partner with you guys. So I want to thank everybody for spending time today. Christine and team, thank you. Holly, I'm going to be watching these two all day together. These two together. Anyway, I really appreciate you and the team being here and all of your expertise. So hope you have a great day.
So the education side of these projects is foundational on one end, and the other end is leadership this is a big transition we're going through in fossil energy, mineral wealth. We look at coal mining, and this project, the Corsium for this region, is a big step, a big change in what we're used to in this part of the world, not just in America and all coastal communities, but the Greater Green River Basin, the Wind River Basin, and these communities have invested in these industries for a long, long time. If you think of coal mining, is there an earlier fossil energy industry in America? It's been the same for generations. And the ask now is to, in less than a generation, change the use of coal from traditional mining to new uses. We're not sure what those are. We're investigating that. And it's a big ask. No pressure to take the oldest fossil energy industry and transform it overnight. Good to see you. So that's really what this project is focused on. And that's what all the planning over the years and other stakeholders has done to set up this opportunity for us to come together and discuss this project. So this is not just experts yammering on the stage to present scientific research and just progress report. This is really a collaborative discussion we're seeing here today. And on either end of making it possible is education and leadership. We can do all the science and the project building. So the scale, like I said, no pressure. We're just transforming coal in America with new projects. That's a lot of weight to carry. But if you think about all these parallel projects in our energy transformation in this country, it's a small piece of the puzzle. There's a lot of different changes taking place in infrastructure. There's carbon storage, capture and storage, hydrogen development, nuclear facilities, retrofitting at different scales. And all of these things come together to make this transition possible. So a lot of that is through the U.S. Department of Energy, certainly in the School of Energy Resources. That is where we gain most of our funding and support. As kind of directed, we follow in standing up a lot of projects. It's a big effort and it's a big change for our region. And the leadership side is critical there. So our director, will speak a little bit this morning to say hello, but I wanted to highlight how she stepped in her position at SCR in this region. You couldn't have picked a more awkward time to pick up these projects. We went from such traditional industries to changes, and it's been tremendous to have support from stakeholders, from community college, and the education side really bolsters this effort and the leadership side. Be able to overlook these projects and organize them. It really is hurting past, and it's been tremendous to see how well organized this is. So, if you'd like that, yeah, give us a hello. Thank you.
Okay, and thanks, Donovan, and thanks for your leadership. So super excited to be here. I guess I'll stand right here. This is a very welcome everyone. Thank you so much to our host at Western Wyoming Community College. I'm so honored to be here. Thank you for the breadcrumb trail of people that got us all to this group. We'll get the same support on the way out. Really impressive facility. Really appreciate it and the hospitality. So, and welcome to all the members of the community that are here. So first of all, I'm Holly Krecka, Executive Director of the University of Wyoming School of Energy Resources, and we have a lot of our team here today. Really grateful for everyone else who's here. So I want to talk a little bit about Corsium and the opportunities, and then the bigger picture associated with what SCR is working on and what we think we can do in the region and the state. So when it comes to Corsium, it's focused on carbon ore, rare earth, and critical minerals. It's so important, not just to Wyoming, but really to the nation. We're focusing on using coal in new and innovative ways, and really going past mining coal to that value add step. we're looking at rare earth elements and any possibilities for producing them. And that's really important for the entire United States. These are elements that are used in basically everything in modern life, and we don't have secure supply chain. And so it's important to our industries here in this country that we mine and refine and develop these materials here in the United States. Wyoming does have these resources in the state, and so we can be a leader in them. And then also critical minerals. We do have critical minerals already being produced in Wyoming. So this is nothing new. So what we're doing here is looking at new opportunities across the state, and for this particular project in this region, in the greater Green River, Wind River area and the basin. But we're already producing trona. It's so important for Wyoming and for the world, really. That trona production is one of the most efficient ways to produce trona, lowest carbon, biggest reserves in the world, just like our coal reserves in the state. It's really a wonderful natural resource. And then of course, helium, such a large component of the world's helium. I think around 20% is produced in Wyoming. So we already are producing critical minerals here in this region and in the state, and we just want to try to work on ways to find to build on that. So let me talk a little bit more about SPR and what we do in general. So I think maybe most of you have heard about the coal energy resources, but not everyone has the whole picture. And so for those that haven't heard my double speech, I appreciate a few minutes of your time to give it now and tell you what we're working on. So our mission is energy-driven economic development for the state. We are focused on the energy and extractive sector to continue providing revenue for the state of Wyoming, to our communities, provide jobs, and really to support our way of life in the state. And so, Robin, I think the words, I wrote down the words so there's a lot of weight to carry. I agree with that. Is introduce yourself to someone on our team or spread throughout the room. I feel like we carry a lot of weight on our shoulders. We do feel like it's our responsibility to make sure that Wyoming continues to have the revenue that allows us to all continue our way of life. Think about that. That's a lot of weight to carry. And so the way that we can be successful in that is, number one, having an amazing team here. And I don't think I can go through everybody. Well, okay, so we have Richard Porter, who has led the work on carbon engineering, which is the result of these bricks. And these are made mostly from Wyoming coal. We have a house construction of these bricks. It's just one of many products that we produce. It's very painful. People like to think that they could have to compare it to the clay brick right here. And we really are looking at products made from Wyoming resources that have an advantage. So such an exciting area. And then we have Christine Reed right here, our director of outreach. Super important role for us. It's completely transformed our engagement in the state and taking over during COVID when outreach was mostly electronic. So we're really grateful again to be here with you in person today, but really growing that program and realizing how important it is. We have Selena Dre right here, who is our lone social scientist and such a wonderful team member for putting up with a bunch of engineers and scientists and lawyers and see so many important efforts. Scott Quillinan is Senior Director of Research. This all falls under him. All our work on all the technology, all the policy, all of this side. And Dr. Aaron Phillips right here. He's all our efforts around rare earths, critical minerals, for SPR, these other core CM projects focused on the CRB. Really great expert here. And we have Charles right back here. Hey, Charles. Wonderful thought leader, a great member of our team. Geologist by training, produced a number of ways, works on lots of different stuff, including water resources. And then we have Tammy Sonny back here, director of academic, focusing on training students to work in the sector in the future. So then Dave Lukey, one of our newest members of our team. And so he's our project specialist, our other project specialist here is Tiffany Bishop. So they're helping us pull together these big projects. And then we already met Dobbin, and then Bob, and I am not going to miss anyone else, right? Did I miss anyone? Okay, and then Bob is on our geology team as well. Wonderful member, so he's an economic geologist, which is super important. Why? So I wasn't going to do that, but I just want you all to know, like, the resources. Please meet these people as you're here, because developing these partnerships and making those bonds is what's going to make them all happen. So this team of School of Energy Resources is working on economic development for the state of Wyoming, so energy and extracted. And so examples of that are carbon capture, use and storage, hydrogen, rare earth and critical minerals, precious metals. We have work on that, water, air quality, produced water, nuclear, just kind of all of the above. So I went through the whole team that's here. We have about 35 staff members in total. And so how can we work on so much? Number one is we work across the University of Wyoming through collaboration. So each year we fund about 200 individuals, faculty, staff, and students at the University of Wyoming. And that allows us to harness the great minds and expertise at the state's only 4-year research institution, and help them focus on these really important projects. When you think about what can faculty work on at the University of Wyoming, they have to work on what they can get funding to do. And that funding usually comes from the federal level. And that's great. That's a great resource. But if we want them to focus on Wyoming specific issues, then they're going to have a different source of funding. And so through the Wyoming legislature, they're able to give us support. Thank you for all your support, Senator. And we're able to funnel about half the money that comes to SDR actually goes right back through our door to other faculty across the University of Wyoming. And that allows them the opportunity to work on Wyoming specific issues. There might be no other opportunity. So it's really a unique model. It's something I think that I'm really excited and proud to be a part of. It's certainly a humbling role for all of us on our team to be in. And so when we think about Corsium, back to why we're all here today, it just feeds into this bigger project. There is no one technology, there's no one policy that will address Wyoming's challenges. So that's why we're working on so many different things, and that's why we need so many partners. And Corsium is a really exciting opportunity for us. But I think the most important thing we're developing, we're getting a lot of good data, a lot of low data. We'll be able to use it for years, you know. Just an example, I mean, research that was done 15 years ago on the Rock Springs uplift, on the lithium concentration in the Rock Springs uplift, on different resources that's still being used today. And when commercial developers look at the region, because we collected those data with public dollars and not being some of we're still here, or we're here back then. We can give that information to commercial developers. So we don't know where all this data being generated in Corsium will lead. But the one thing that we do know is that we need partnerships across the state. We need members of the community, we need expertise here. And that's one of the things that Corsium is so wonderful in developing. So I'm grateful for you all being here. And I think that these partnerships are really critical and they're required basically under Corsium. But let's not let it stop there. Let's use these partnerships we're building to advance the whole suite of energy extractive technology that the School of Energy Resources is working on. We can't do it without you. And and without your even more people that aren't even in this room. So we really need your help. We're grateful for you're here, and we're grateful for the engagement, and just really appreciate it. And I think we had a really wonderful meeting with the community leaders last night. And that's the reason we're all here. So please continue to stay engaged. Corsium is a wonderful vehicle. And I hope you enjoy hearing about all the technologies and work we've done under this project. But It's really a special platform for us to build these partnerships that can take us to the next step on so many different topics. So I thank you all. Have a wonderful day and to be here.
Probably that kind of bad.
Sorry, what was I to do?
That is critical to have partnership with stakeholders in this effort and all. So I wanted to echo that. Thank you to all of you who took your time out of your day. I would schedule to be here today. I have no doubt everyone in this room has a lot to do. I know I do. The SCR team and all of those. So it is meaningful. We appreciate it that you came here today to have a discussion with us about this project and some of the other parallel projects we have. So thank you for being here. I wanted to highlight on that concept of stakeholders and support. As I reached out to folks to come to this in-person event, and then we put the proposal together a year and a half or 2 years ago, as Dr. Dale talked about. There was a lot of support for this. It was easy to get letters of support. There were a lot of people interested. There's a lot of people still interested. We've had amazing support from the coal miners, from the power stations, from the other industries, in terms of allowing us to conduct research and look at these different feedstocks, these different mineral industries, infrastructure, look at the business and workforce training structure, the community colleges. But the one thing that kept coming back to me here, well, not everyone is fully committed. So this concept of course is somewhat abstract. It's a very new idea, the way we look at coal. And that's part of why we're having this forum, is to have additional events and dialogue in the future. To have all of you and all those folks who didn't make it in person, who have those, I won't call them doubts, we just have some apprehension, some uncertainty about what coursing actually is, to have a dialogue with us. We can share the work we're doing. As soon as we have our brief break at 9 o'clock, we'll get into the nitty-gritty, all the different tasks. But we want to instill confidence in the supporting community. That engagement with this project will be fruitful. We don't know, as I said, what this data and what we compile will lead to. But as part of that larger puzzle, this is one of 13 coursing projects across the entire country. So there's a lot of effort to stand up coal communities. And we understand that different coal communities are at different transitional phases. A lot of coal mines in this region, I will acknowledge, have very short timelines. We're acutely aware of that. We're working with that in our resource assessment strategies and everything we do to try and take this window of time we have and make it an opportunity. So as you go out after this event, talk with other stakeholders. Try to echo that if you're comfortable talking about that we are trying to take this opportunity and do the best we can with it. So this is not my project. I'm the project lead and I'm humbled by that. I'm honored to work with all of you, but this is all of our project. There's a team of experts, all the different tasks you see today. These are some of the best minds, quite honestly, in our region and the country working on these problems. And I'm completely dependent on all of their input, the design of the project through their eyes. And we set this proposal up for this project. It was really what they saw as promising avenues of research to make this stand up nature possible. So this isn't just my design. This isn't something sort of printed out of the SCR Brain Trust. There's a lot of content there, but it's all these experts across the community that help build this project to make the most use of the amount of time we have. So keep that in mind. I will let everybody hop off for a few minutes. We have a networking break. Grab some food, make sure you have enough coffee. We're going to come back at 9:10 or 9:15. And we'll go through each of the individual tasks, the larger scope of the project, how all this integrates, what we've learned to date, where we're going to go with it, and really go through the details of core CM and this review. And again, this is a conversation, a dialogue, so think of questions. Don't just let us stand up here and talk to you all day. We want to understand concerns, questions, support, all that stuff in the community that you want to bring to the project is absolutely critical. As possible. So I'll let us run to a break, and thank you again for being here. Okay, so we'll dive in now. The nitty gritty of this project into the details of all the different topics and everything we're working on. I'll give you a little bit more background about myself and then this project. Thank you. So again, I'm Dr. McDonough, the lead investigator for this project. I'm a research scientist at the Center for Economic Geology Research, Center of Excellence in the School of Energy Resources at the University of Wyoming. I'm not sure what that means professionally when you end up with that many connected entities in your title, but it's a cool place to work. I was hired there in 2015, specifically to look at coal byproducts, specifically looking at trace elements, rare earth elements, in coal byproducts. And we started with a survey around the entire state of Wyoming. So some of that initial data, some of the methodologies developed in those first days at SCR led to some of the data we'll talk about today here, and led to some of the developments and partnerships with the Department of Energy, National Energy Technology Lab, those entities that are funding this work. And again, I'll emphasize there's a large team of experts that really are contributing to this project. So as the Department of Energy funded project, with the acknowledgement of our award number and the disclaimer that what we're talking about today is not necessarily that funded and directed by that project administration. So the Core CM initiative is an initiative by the U.S. Department of Energy. There are 13 projects around the country. There are 2 in Wyoming, the Greater Green River Basin and the Wind River Basin. You'll notice on that number 9, there's a lot of other sub-basins that have been added to this map. And then there's the Powder River Basin. Yeah. The University of Wyoming has 2 of these 13 projects. So we're doing a lot of work in this space. And this is essentially to provide a benefit to U.S. coal producers. And it focuses on a couple of different topical areas. Non-thermal uses of coal is the big focus. So everything we can do with coal without burning it. There's a lot to talk about there. We need to develop plans around this idea, and at the same time, begin to stand up and solve the problems domestically with rare earth element, critical minerals, and carbon ore supply chains. So it's killing 2 birds with 1 stone. We can try to stand up and benefit coal communities that we all know that are on the decline by finding novel uses for coal, and solve the problem of domestic supply and rare earth elements, critical minerals, and carbon ores. So the benefits of using coal basins, we have highly trained workforces, very familiar with working with coal, integrating novel concepts, being adaptive. We can go into these areas and do thorough assessments. There's a lot of material out there. The coal mines above ground, below ground, have a lot of generations of coal to get access. And part of that is looking at coals in new ways. So this idea of state of the art data, to look at a coal not just with your standard coal properties for mining and thermal uses, but to look at coal in new ways to identify pathways for these uses. And most importantly, to bring together a network of stakeholders, build partnerships, and really develop a strategic plan around the public-private partnership idea. So that's That's what DOE set up with the initiative. So what is CORSIA? Carbon ore rare elements of critical minerals. Carbon ore is a lot of things. It's the large component of coal, obviously, thing that we transform into a number of different things that are usable and high value. There's anything from solar cells, carbon materials, carbon fibers, gas products, coal liquids concepts, pyrolysis, soil amendments. We have examples of building materials, advanced building materials. There's a lot of usage for coal. So we're looking at the properties of coal in new ways to understand how we can best utilize it to benefit all of these possible end uses. And one main focus, of course, is to develop entire supply chains around these potential uses locally in our community. So this is to look at the local coals, identify their strengths, identify the potential uses that best fit, and develop those supply chains locally in the rest of the city. So you can envision 13 different projects ending up with 13 different solutions based on the uniqueness of those coal communities, their experience, and the actual resources. So rare earth elements, this is a huge part of CORSIA. Domestically, we really don't have a supply chain for rare earth elements, especially the down the stream end where the final processing, separation, and utilization takes place. Rare earth elements do occur in coal byproducts. And in our region, Greenland Basin, I'll talk about it briefly, we have a lot of other materials, geological materials, fossil materials that mineral wealth that also harbor rare earth elements. So these are used for everything in modern society. Phones, projector, a lot of military uses, everything in our daily life is dependent on this. And we really don't have a domestic supply chain available for it. So it's absolutely critical when we solve this, in addition to finding new uses for coal and energy. So this involves strategic planning. All the tasks we see today will result in some type of strategic plan or a summary document that will compile a large CORSIA strategic plan for this entire project. So it's a lot of pieces to fit together, technical and non-technical aspects combined. So this includes planning around economic growth and job creation. This is really highly dependent on what technology we decide to move forward with. Regional economic growth based on existing strength in industry, infrastructure, and business. So a big part of this project to see there is surveying what we have infrastructure-wise that can support CORSIA industry, whatever we decide those technologies to be. And again, goes back to the resource available in the supply chain, demand for what's needed. In the Green River Basin, we have a lot of energy infrastructure. We have a lot of diversity there. We have a lot of experience. We have a lot of workforce training and expertise that's really adaptable for this type of initiative. And then again, we keep emphasizing this coalition team. It's absolutely critical. It's the only way to make this possible, to bring all the different sectors in the Greater Greenland Basin together, all those different expertise, technical and non-technical, to put this into a concise strategic plan and actually move forward. Our project team for this particular project, and I see Dr. Philippines or PRP project, so there are some overlaps and differences in the teams. But at the University of Wyoming, we have a School of Energy Resources with a few different centers of excellence: economic geology research, which is where I am, Center for Energy Regulation Policy Analysis. They look at a lot of social environmental justice topics, the regulatory policy side of all of this. I've always looked at these types of projects, this one in particular, as having sort of three legs to the stool. You have the resource, you have the technologies, extractive technologies, processing technologies. But then you really have to have the policy resource and social environmental justice side to define how the resource and the technologies coincide and develop with this resource. We have the Center for Carbon Capture and Conversion, Dr. Richard Corner. They're making things like building materials. They're finding novel uses. Well, they've worked in mining materials for a long time. So there's a good expertise there. And then the College of Business Center for Business and Economic Analysis, Dr. Christopher Velazquez, doing that survey of infrastructure business, everything we have in our region and our strengths for this project. Colorado School of Mines, Dr. Pat Wheeler, Los Alamos National Lab. They're looking at the technologies, both current technologies that hold promise for these resources and novel technologies, those things we can develop and integrate into the supply chain development. Colorado Geological Survey in Coal Geo are assisting on the task I lead, which I'll present on in a minute, which is the resource assessment. So we have a very strong, experienced team there to look at both Wyoming and Colorado resources in the project. The community colleges, of course, that's where the workforce training, a lot of business planning, a lot of the community and stakeholder outreach comes from community colleges. Western Wyoming and Northwest Colorado Community College are integrated in these whole communities and have been for a long time. So that's a critical pathway for communication project. Boston Strategies and Energy Association are helping us with our final strategic plan. There'll be more about that. That Richard Harder will speak to. That's the Technology Innovation Center's plan. That's how we take the resource, select technologies, train workforces, and put it all into a final package that we can. I spoke to this a little earlier. We have had tremendous support, so thank you for that. All the way from our federal delegation down, private public partners from all walks of life, technology partners, spanning projects across the entire United States, or local. We have a broad interest in broad support and expertise from our stakeholders. This probably has grown. I'll have to go back through it, and I hope after this event, as you take this knowledge you gained today and some of the discussions we have, we grow this even more. Again, this is really what holds up this project: the support and contribution from everyone up there. So the regional strengths, we talked about this a little bit. I can't think of another region in the United States, coal basin, or coal basin, where the Wind River and the Green River Basin, the coal fields in the greater Green River Basin, with more experience in mineral wealth, extractive industries, fossil energy development, and of course, that infrastructure. So that's a huge strength. We have coal, uranium, world's largest petroleum industry, helium, oil, natural gas, of course. A lot of industrial operations around some of those materials, phosphates, counter processing, so forth. It is a coal-based project, of course, especially the carbon ore side of this, but we are supposed to look at other materials that would benefit, of course, the project or industry. So where do those overlaps exist? We have a lot to look at for this area. Advanced manufacturing and supply chain infrastructure is developing. Maybe not right here immediately, but in our region, you have the Front Range of Colorado that has a lot of advanced manufacturing, aerospace technology development, a lot of end users. So if you envision a supply chain around rare earth elements, carbon ores, critical minerals, there are regional end users of that supply chain already developing uses and have uses in place. The Wasatch Front in Utah is one as well. So there's different directions. Economic downturn is well understood by the region. Coal has been in decline. It is a strength for this region. I think it's a strength for all the Forcium projects. Everyone is acutely aware of where coal is going unless we find solutions. It motivates this community of talking with miners both here in Wyoming and Colorado. There is a strong motivation to figure out new uses for coals, the best way we can use these materials. And if that's producing a carbon or material, producing building material, extracting rare earth, those are good uses for coal moving forward. And they're certainly experienced. They're the most experienced communities, obviously, using this materials. And then workforce development, mission team building. These regions have been doing that for a long time. Again, the community colleges have been doing this since their inception, these coal communities. I go to Northern Colorado for this project. I work here in the Green River Basin, Wyoming. We've had some outreach with tribal entities within the River Basin. There's coal bed methane development up there for a while. And every group I talked with is already committed to networking, building partnerships. So that's certainly a strength. And I'm not sure that's always the case around the country. There are some disjunct coal communities, but we see better integrators. That's a strength. So our strategy for this project parallels the strategy for all core CMs. When DOE develops the opportunity, propose being funded for that, kind of have a structure part of the outline of the project. I think that's a very good structure. So based on assessment of the core CM resources, I'll talk about that in a second. Based on strategies for reuse of waste streams. So Charles and I will speak to that. That's cataloging everything in the basin that is an industrial waste stream or related to industrial waste streams. What potential waste streams we might develop for the porcine industries, and how those waste can be used to bolster not only porcine but industry, extractive industries, processing industries outside of porcine. So think of it as using the entire product. Environmentally benign comes up a lot. We can use everything produced there. Based on strategies for infrastructure, industries, and business. This is Dr. Christelle a lot. At the business school, she's cataloged everything in this region. We hope to do more of that on the Colorado side in the coming year. But it's big. We have a lot of industry, we have a lot of infrastructure, diverse businesses, just because of the region, the different materials we work with. Technology assessment, development, field testing. Dr. Taylor, Colorado School of Mines and West Colorado are working on that. So what resources we identify as most promising, it's their job to pair technology to those to extract the mineral wealth, carbon materials, and put them into the supply chain for downstream processing and use. That's looking at existing advanced technologies and also proposing and looking at novel development technologies, so different technology readiness levels. Technology innovation centers. This is sort of an integrated plan. Richard Horner is working on this for Boston Strategies. This looks at the resource and technologies, also the supply chain plan, sort of assembles this larger plan where all this comes together. And then the stakeholder outreach. Christine Reed has been leading this, and this is last but not least on this list of tasks. This is the big piece to communicate to all of you and all stakeholders who want to build this project in the community up. We have Department of Energy funding and expertise coming down. So it's kind of the meat in the middle to make this work out. We have some other summaries: environmental justice considerations, economic revitalization, job creation outcomes, and then the environmental safety health analysis plan. So these are summaries or assurances that we're considering. Social environmental justice. Have we thought out our strategy well? Is it responsible? Will it be economic? Will it support these communities? And so forth. Okay, so I will quickly go through the basal assessment strategy. This is that first pass in the list. I'm leading this one. This has really been my expertise since 2016, when I started looking at coal byproducts. That work went into coal sediments itself. And our team, of course, Colorado Geological Survey, Coal Geo LLC, Alex Pack, Coal Geo, has really been the regional coal geologist for most of the mines in our region. So these critical pieces team to take traditional coal geology, take this new methodologies and full assessment and really come up with a good way to go mine to mine and do the best resource assessments for CM purposes. So this is our team: Michael Keith, Matt Morgan. Our survey out path I spoke about coal geo. Our modeler Matt Johnson is going to take some of our resource assessment and put it into an understanding, model that helps us identify gaps and things like that. Aaron Phillips, who leads the other Corsian project, GGRB, their expertise in having participation between the Corsians is critical as well. See where we're all at. And then the one in the stage of the survey. LCIC right here today. They play an advisory role. They've done a lot of great work in the past on polls in this region. We're passing a lot of that on to Matt, putting the data into it and really developing a new way to look at polls. So that's great to have the survey support as well. So we again look at the assessment of coal sediments. We're looking at the non-coal materials, waste stream from power stations, mine refuse, and the acid mine drainage. There is acid mine drainage in the region. Preliminary assessment will be shown much in terms of rare material. And then other basic materials. And again, for our region, we have a lot of other basic materials. So, kind of trona, phosphate processing, heavy mineral deposits, gold and copper, iron, hard rock mining that's been in existence in the region. Geological model development. And then finally, a resource gap analysis and developing a future characterization plan. So this is our first phase, our first look at all these materials. And from that, we need to develop a plan for the next phase. Where do we miss some data? Where do we need to look harder? And really refine this process. So that's a good part of this. So we're looking at coal in every mine in the region. We finally have access to look at each mine in this project. That took a while. It takes a lot of paperwork, honestly, people come through to go in and sample at coal mines. There's a lot of existing data. The USGS coal database. Coal mines themselves have tremendous amounts of material and data, but it hasn't been in a Corsian sense. It hasn't been in the methodology to look at coals in a way that would incorporate rare elements, trace elements. There's some differences in traditional coal geology, what we're doing here. So I'll talk about that a little bit. And you'll see this, so the state of the art data. So that's looking at coal with a little bit higher percentages for this traditional coal geology. That data will be provided to the Department of Energy in this project, so that we can find resources to find most interesting and we'll communicate about the latter part of the site access agreement is assembled. So we have the diversity of potential forces. Looking at the Greater Green River Basin, the Wind River Basin, we have CDO development and exploratory sites in the Wind River Basin. There's a lot of holes in the ground. Some of that was collected by the USGS, U.S. Geological Survey. So we have some samples there. Camera Line, which is our partners here today, have been tremendous in this effort. Years ago, even before Corsian, they opened the door to this research, this new methodology, and working with coals. So that's been a tremendous resource. Haystack is closed, but the lease is still there. So we're looking at that camera to Haystack western margin. Hopefully we'll be doing a model there. The Black Division mines or local rock springs. I was actually there yesterday and made examples. The Hannibal field is retired, but if you go back to that original map of the 13 regions, they've identified it as an area of interest. There is good coal. Bob Bravery, who's leading the assessment stuff for this project, we will find organic coal and we have to collection. And then the coal field are partners down there. Given access to that whole southern market. At this time, we have over 300 samples. We have some initial data that suggest our Corsian resources. Keep in mind that's carbon form, rare earth elements, minerals. So some preliminary data is showing promising results, but it's not enough to really make determinations yet. Pat Taylor, as he's talking about technologies, I think is always asking for more data, so we're working on it. So we have 300 plus in the works. We'll have many more. And this figure highlights the methodology we helped develop. We work with National Technology Lab around developing methodologies for looking at faults. And in a traditional coal environment, you would sample this whole coal seam with a little handful on each row. And that oftentimes this is the anomalies in the coal that we're looking for a core seam type assessment. So this methodology we helped develop, we take all these precise samples around the geologic anomalies, tops and bottoms, ash beds, clay beds. We do really precision sampling, precision ICP-MS analytical geochemistry nodes to find and define the source. Other materials, we have trona, waste coming out of the power station, fly ash, mining fees. We're looking at all of those. We're working on access for trona and phosphate. Some of the materials, there are some preliminary suggestions, some of those that need to be rare conservation as well. Pyrites and coal mines are interesting. Those are found cobalt, cobalt and nickels. We might not just be looking at the coal and coal mine, some of the other products that come out of the mining process. And modeling is very preliminary. Like I said, the coal mines have known for a long time. We've done a lot of great work into modeling around the coal mines. So the figure here, we're looking at the depth of coal, the thicknesses beyond the coal field. Very, very well constrained. When you move out away from the coal industry, you end up with models that look like this. There's just not a lot of data there. And there doesn't really need, we're not going to open coal mines out in the middle of the Basin. So we're really focusing our modeling rather than based on little coal districts in this project. In a large area, we have these clustered coal mines to focus on. So we have the camera haystack and we will have never found rocks from coal mines, black food, and bring it there. So we'll have separate resource assessments for each settlement. That includes coal mine derived models. The miners have a great understanding of the resource, downhole logging. And this is our state-of-the-art geochemical data. We were rare earths. We look at the ratios of rare earths, the total amounts, and compare that into all of this data to generate final models and resources. Again, we'll have a gap analysis. A plan moving forward in the next phase of this project. How will we better these resource assessments? Provide data to all the other team members. How to best make information with them and out to the stakeholders as well. And then how does this resource assessment guide future development? What we find in the resource will guide potential technologies. It will help us determine which strengths we leverage in the basin, which competitive advantages we go after in technology innovation center planning, techno-economic, how economically sound are they? Critical to address local environmental social concerns, so we're working on that. And then we go about the we have all that back for and if you have questions, please reach out. I'm happy to talk about the resource assessment site at any time.
I would just like to point out that, on the federal land, 70% of our county is public land. I've been a cooperator as a local government in the planning meetings for the Bureau of Land Management for 27 years. The challenge we have is getting them to identify the potential mineral, because they will only authorize or put in the plan what is known. And it really limits, like, you would have to do a whole plan amendment if you wanted to go to rare earths that haven't been identified when you develop that plan. So I would say do more cooperation with the Bureau of Land Management, because their data is kind of outdated, and we really have a hard time challenging them to kind of expand their thinking. So when they develop a plan, which they're in the process of developing the Rock City Resource Management Plan, that data is more realistic in there, they are allowing mining or mineral development in areas.
Yeah, that's a great point. And that is something we talked a lot about. This likely will be a lot of public data, publicly released for data. And we'll be communicating that to the communities, as well as those entities. And it has been a question, looking at coal in new ways. These coals have traditionally been permitted for thermal uses. How do we then take these new resource assessments to still utilize the same coals? So
Well, it's even like carbon capture, they don't have new rules to how to deal with it. They have 4 applications in for carbon capture, but they don't have rules in place to make it.
Right, yeah. I would include that as part of our gap analysis moving forward.
Right.
Any resources, how do we define that from a regulatory standpoint? And maybe Selena and some of the folks working in that center. Speaking of.
Thank you.
Thank you, good point. Sorry, Charles. Yeah.
And actually, I would like to thank my plants in the audience because that's a very salient question. One of the ways to sort of eke around that kind of permitting question is say that we're working with a material that's already covered under that permit, just in an unexpected way. Clearly, when a person mines coal, they are given the whole part of the coal. It's not possible to file a permit for all the coal, but you, the feds, get to keep the mercury and the sulfur, which I don't want. Therefore, any sort of environmental problems are yours, not mine. These things are merged together. It's if you ever read the Shakespeare bit about the Merchant of Venice, you can't ask for a pound of flesh without the blood. It's implied that you agreed to both of those when you bought the pound of flesh. And so when you buy coal or you get a permit for coal, you're clearly also obligating yourself to get any parts that are normally part of the coal when you mine it. You are responsible for the mercury, responsible for the sulfur. It seems like you ought to also be able to benefit from the other existing parts, like the rare earth elements. Well, how are those different? They are an intrinsic part of the coal, just as the mercury is. And we are clearly responsible for the mercury because we have to have disposal for it when we sell the coal or burn the coal or wash the coal. So these rare earths are intrinsic as well. Perhaps there's a way through the permitting process to say, these are things that we are already agreed to under the existing plan. And that's what I want to talk about with waste streams. These are traditionally viewed as negative. Someone says, I've got some waste, think, oh, that's a bad thing. You never think, oh, you've got some waste, good stuff. But there's nothing intrinsically different between a product that comes out of a process and waste that comes out of a product. It's a matter of a point of view and whether you've got a plan for it. So I'm a geochemist, which is a way of saying that I would have been in chemistry had I been good enough at doing chemistry. So I'd like to start with a little bit of a chemistry background here. There's always chemical equations there that you'll see in every chemical textbook where some reaction occurs. So you always have that arrow in the middle that points, to the left, or sometimes some guys think that's not even pointing, as one goes back to the right. No. So there's always an arrow in the middle. What is the name for the category of inputs on this side of the reaction? Reactant, yeah, very good. You would do much better than I did.
I unfortunately teach it, so.
Then your man ran through the next.
Yes, I'm probably not gonna answer any other.
Yeah, okay, so you've got the reactants that go into the reaction. We sometimes call them reagents as well. So reactants are reagent inputs. What's over here? Everyone except for you. Over here, what comes out? I've already said this first. Products, exactly. Yeah, you have your reactants go in, your products come out. Well, I mean, these products can sometimes be good stuff. They sometimes are wastes. So sometimes when you burn coal, you get energy out. That's great. That's a product. You also get fly ash. We consider that a waste. There's nothing intrinsic to fly ash that means it has to be a waste. It's completely good use. And so what I'm going to be talking about for the next 15 minutes, it was going to be, is what we need to do to shift our brains from saying waste comes out, to saying potential for a product comes out. And so that's what I'm going to be asking you guys to help me with. You're allowed to help as well this time.
Okay.
On the next slide. I'm going to give you guys a little bit about what we have thought about so far, and then ask for your help brainstorming the next bits. Because after all, you guys are local experts, you know your own industries way better than us over in Laramie. But we can take guesses, and so I'll venture some guesses and then ask for you guys to help fleshing out the real. One of the earliest diagrams made in this proposal was the relationship between task 2, which Dobbin has just talked about, and shown in this diagram in red, and task 3, which is what I'm going to be talking about, shown on this diagram in blue. And so we know that task 2, Dobbin group, is going to look at all of these materials to try and find a core CM resource. They're going to try and find rare earth elements, critical materials. And they're going to be looking at how to extract that from coal sediments, how to extract from ash, refuse, and other materials to get the rare earth elements out. So that's his business. And so for the rest of this talk, just bear in mind those resources exist, but we're looking for the harder stuff, the stuff that's one step less obvious. So the rare earths obviously will come out of these coals. Some sort of procedure will be applied, and we'll get that. The question is, what is the less obvious thing? And so that's where this waste stream stuff comes in. When you process natural gas, one of your wastes is sometimes sulfur. Sulfur comes out of natural gas process. It's possible to separate this out and sell on the market. Right now, the market doesn't support it, but you could separate out the sulfur if the market conditions were there. Sulfur is an important input to making sulfuric acid, a really great reagent for using a benign acid to extract it. Perhaps a less obvious waste output from natural gas processing is sulfur to make sulfuric acid, which can then be fed back into something that Dobbin touches on, extracting from coal sediments to reduce reagent. So perhaps we can make the sulfuric acid from somewhere else in the basin and use those in coal sediments to boost their economics. That's the sort of sleight of hand that we're trying to do. We're trying to find good stuff from elsewhere that boosts our chances of extracting rare earths in the past. We're looking for weird connection ways to string these reaction inputs and these outputs together in novel ways to make a net greater supply chain in the basin. So I'm going to just talk about what we do. So we need to find new uses for these waste products. And we generate stuff that's currently treated as waste, but we might be able to use some of those waste products as inputs elsewhere. And so we're going to try to close this loop. We're trying to find a way to chain all of these inputs and outputs, these reagents and products together in new ways. There's a huge complexity in space, and if we shuffle stuff around, and if the economics works out, we should be able to find a way to close the loop, reducing our disposal burden net of all industries, and reducing the cost of buying new and fresh reagents for all industries. So this is a clever sleight of hand we're trying to pull out in cooperation with that. So here's a set of examples. Here's a little bit. Okay, good. So one of the examples that we've got here is brine water. A lot of procedures result in brine water coming out. This is water that has high salt content. It has a lot of sodium in it. Fortunately, sometimes it has a lot of sulfur in it as well. But one of the things that we do in Laramie, that actually across the entire state people have started doing, is applying brine water to roads to de-ice them. And as long as it's low sulfur, the sulfur will heat up the underside of your truck like nothing else. I'm sure that someone found that the hard way. If you have a brine solution, perhaps you can apply it to roads for de-icing, benefiting the entire basin and not having to pay for disposal costs for the salt water. Just avoiding the disposal cost is functional money made because you don't have to pay to get rid of it. Someone, even to take it for free, to de-ice roads, is functionally making money. We think that maybe some processing path two will need to do solvent extraction. And when solvents get used up, when they get mixed and they start to become merciful and degrade in quality, they might need to be put somewhere or taken out of that process and used elsewhere. So perhaps we could use these solvents that are complex mixed solutions rather than discrete solvents we need for solvent extraction. Maybe they could be used for etching, treating, or cleaning surfaces, making paint stick better to something you were painting. These sorts of ideas might be able to make a reuse of a solvent that is not suitable for solvent extraction anymore, but it still has the power to clean off the surface. We've got some other ideas here. We might have to do an electrochemical method for extracting the rare element solution. Perhaps this will make an abrasive of some sort. Garnet, which we use for sandblasting, is really just iron oxide. And so maybe some of these metal hydroxide and salt, these might be good abrasive. A lot of the fly ash is aluminum silicates. That's already established as a use in concrete. Some people sell their fly ash to offset the cost of aggregate in concrete, because if it's angular enough and it has high enough chemistry of silica, I think, if I'm wrong, it really boosts the strength of concrete. And again, you're avoiding the disposal cost, which is functionally making money for everyone involved. Concrete guys also have to buy less ground up dirt. And there's opportunities if there were new mining to be added somewhere else in the basin. You might get some pyrite, produce fluids, and these might be used in other ways in the basin. So now I have taken 4 stabs, usually not very good stabs, at ways to reuse output from 4CL. And so if you go Tiffany to the editing mode, I'm now turning over to the real star performers, you guys, to come up with some ideas. When we take rare earth elements out of the coal fly ash, out of the coal seams top and bottom, when we do things to these resources to extract the rare earth elements, we might have something left over. And what good ideas do we have for using that stuff that's left over? After you take out the rare earth elements out of the coal seam, what might be left? Got an aggregate, we maybe have acids, and how would these things be used elsewhere in the basin? Is there a trash that we expect to make? It could be someone else's treasure. Another way to think about this is to turn it on its head. Does your industry have a reagent that you need? You have to buy at present. The highway department buys salt from Fort Collins to put on our roads. They take the salt and dissolve in water on our roads. The senseless choice. We should provide our salt. Is there anything that your business that you currently buy from elsewhere that might be supplied internal to the basin? Just think, what's the most annoying thing you buy to make your industry work? Gasoline is an obvious answer. Sort of already got that handled. There's already an existing supply chain.
Is it a good enough supply chain though? The governor's task force on diesel and gas came out with their report this week that identified weaknesses in the supply chain for oil and gas in Wyoming. So maybe it's not strong enough and it should be considered.
Totally legit. We add, for our name, diesel, we'll just say diesel for gasoline and diesel. And the location, where would we maybe go to strengthen that supply chain? What new source of diesel would we go to get that? Are we talking like a biodiesel that we maybe fed nutrients to? Are we talking about new oil and gas development in the area? How do we strengthen that supply chain?
I know it may not be popular, but biodiesel is and sustainable aviation fuels, things like that are. You see Holly Frontier making that transition already to biodiesel at Sinclair and Cheyenne and
Yeah,
Casper, so.
absolutely. So then, maybe our location is existing large open spaces where we can have some sort of biologic, maybe algae or some sort of plant crop, the feedstock for biodiesel. We can grow it. We've got boatloads of space. And maybe what we're doing is we're adding nutrients from our other waste streams. These algae, these plants, they need stuff to eat. They need CO2. Perhaps we can bubble CO2 from our power plants through the water to provide the carbon source. Admittedly, this first portion is actually the heart of it. And so our description would be biodiesel for existing cities.
Thank you. I'll add another unpopular idea for diesel, the cold liquids, cold fuels.
Cold liquids, yeah. And so actually maybe the next line down, would you quick add cold liquids under I guess the name, got my phone. Are there any other things in this vein? I mean, hydrogen is a big deal right now. What are people thinking about that? Can you nod? Thoughts?
I mean, hydrogen used for ammonia production.
True.
So need for hydrogen to extract gas.
Okay, yeah. So then maybe we could add, perfect, one ammonia production. I see. Okay, you've got my fault. Yeah, exactly. And we already have some ammonia production in the Green River Basin, which would be perfect. Yeah. Any last ideas on this one? This is the hard one. The second one's much easier. Cool. I'm happy with that. So this is sort of an example of how we can come up with a problem. We need fuels to run our fleets. And to then say, what do we have in the basin that can support us? We have wide open spaces. We have a lot of nutrient-rich feedstocks that can be fed to these things to grow them. And we can then maybe break them down either through gas, cold liquid, or through a biodiesel refinery to produce something valuable. Either a fuel in ammonia form or as a traditional biodiesel. So this is the easier one. We have great industries that generate waste products. And those currently are just disposed of in landfills or put down wells. Perhaps we can use some of these resources. As you already have seen, you mentioned natural gas processing. Those guys output sulfur. And the sulfur can be used to make a benign acid for extraction of other metals. So that's a way to reuse it. We also need inert gas for what you call shielding gas on welding. What's the gas that heats? Yeah, it's an argon. Yeah, and you need an inert gas like argon in order to shield your work as you're doing the welding. That sort of stuff comes out of gas processing plants in small amounts. We have low-grade iron ore that is apparently not economic because the mine shut down for that. But maybe we can use the heavy ore in some other way. Maybe if we're trying to make a heavy concrete, this ore is valuable. It's angular as all get out. Perhaps we can make a dense cement of some sort. Sand dunes, unfortunately, they're aeolian sands. They're rounded. They're not suitable for concrete. But maybe if we split them open and we make them angular again by breaking them up with some sort of crushing, then they could be used as aggregate as well, sold to cement. The trona mines, you guys have a lot of complex outputs. Some of them are surely an alkaline solution. And surely some of them are high alkalinity solutions, sorry, that have a CO2 dissolved in the water or something like that. Those oxidizing fluids are valuable for doing in situ uranium recovery. The in situ uranium recovery guys inject a solution of basically bicarbonate and water to get the uranium out of the ground without having to dig down. Perhaps there's a way to take a oxidized fluid that's a waste from trona refining and use that to extract uranium. I don't know if there's a particular part of the trona plant that makes a waste that's not useful to the trona guys, but that is still an oxidizing solution. If there is, this sort of thing might be possible. And either the uranium guys save costs buying an oxidizing solution, or the trona guys save money by not having to dispose of the solution. Do we have any trona guys in the room? Okay. Sadly, we will not get the answer to that today. But that's the sort of thing that we're looking for here. What waste products that you generate are tricky to get rid of? So if the trona guy had been in this room and said, I have a particular part of my process that makes a salt water that's oxidizing, but not oxidizing enough to be worth keeping around, depleted in some way. And then we maybe would have had that discussion about uranium and vanadium. What is a waste product that your guys' industries make that's annoying to get rid of? Everything is really easy to get rid of, everything easy to dispose of, it doesn't cost you an arm and a leg, no one ever complains about it. Gypsum. And why is it a waste product from what? From the fertilizer. Producing fertilizer. Yeah. They will convert back on. Okay, well, and gypsum is an important part of most building, especially drywall, and flame retardant substances. There ought to be something to do with that. So thank you for that gypsum. And then maybe the location is from ammonia or the phosphate refining. As in the description is, or well, skip the description column. The use is then maybe building material, something like that. Maybe we put it to use in building. Exactly, that's perfect. Anything else like that? Probably aren't going to find something that amazing gypsum because that's the obvious right there. What is annoying to dispose of? What is difficult to solve?
I'm not in the industry, but you do see them burning off sweet gas and
Yeah,
all those other,
so a lot of the flaring stuff.
yeah.
Yeah, so then the name maybe would be like flared heat or waste heat. Because I mean, that's an opportunity to get CO2 out from the post combustion. That's an opportunity to get waste heat recovery out, get some extra energy. There's also probably some water in that. Probably not much. As in the location would be, are these oil and gas fields you're thinking of or refineries?
I think most of them are in compression plants.
Compression plants, okay, so gas processing plants. Yeah. Or these compressor stations that along the line.
No, there were the plants, yeah.
Plants that you get. And then so our use maybe would be waste heat recovery, a CO2 source, because CO2 now you can make money, you can store it underground. Anything else that's good that comes out of that? Is there anything we can use elsewhere?
Electrical generation.
Electrical generation. Yeah. Excellent. Any others? Things that are annoying that might be put to good use. It's just like, you know, the bones of that elk that I just shot, you know, during hunting season. What do I do with these stupid bones? Grind them up with my lawn, like that. Underneath the pine tree. Okay, well, that's pretty good. We can talk during the breaks about that sort of stuff. I just want to close with the last thought. Thank you, excellent. Regulation is a factor in all of these. As we started out with, there are some weird, very well-intentioned regulation hurdles that get in the way. Sometimes we require particular waste products to be remanufactured or recycled in a particular way. There's a very good reason for that because it's dangerous if you do it wrong. The example here is used motor oil from transport operations. Only a certified remanufacturer of waste oil is allowed to do that. They're the only people you can take waste oil to have it remanufactured into new remade waste oil. And this closes off a lot of people from that industry. There's metal fibers in there. There's some interesting stuff dissolved in the water, in the waste oil as well. These could be gotten out by some entrepreneur type, but instead it has to be remanufactured and used just to make the new oil, and the metal filings are frequently thrown away. Obviously, you know, it's coming from a good place. You don't want just anyone who taking this oil and then disposing of it in an unsafe way that contaminates drinking water supplies or burning it in a way that makes noxious fumes. But it does have a chilling effect on this kind of innovation, this weird rejigging of supply chain. So having closed with that idea, I think I'm bring it over to the next person.
Hey, Charles. We will actually have a update from our task 4 lead. That's the infrastructure integrated business assessment team. Dr. Christelle Kalaf is leading that effort. She could not be here today. She recently went from University of Wyoming to Chicago, but she's still a fellow at University of Wyoming and still doing critical work on this project. So we have a pre-recorded presentation from her. She had previously worked in coal communities in Appalachia on economics and business development, mapping the infrastructure, and business there courses. And she's now, of course, working on this project with the Greater Basin. She's assisted Erin in the PRD on that project.
Hi, everyone. I will be providing a
So fortunately, she's not going to take one of the great lines on this project or thankful to have friends with these. It is a Wyoming-centric presentation for this particular group in Rock Springs. We are working in the Colorado side of this, and one of our keynote speakers, economist down in Colorado Mesa, will be providing some insight on the Colorado side. So, on that, it's really okay. All the rare elements here we've got ready for in the future will go into technology.
hi, everyone.
And I just want to say, if you can't hear this, fear not, we will share it in the recording of all of the meetings available. We're being challenged right now. I don't know if you can hear it or not. So, those of you online, we'll get you this assessment company.
I will be providing a summary of our work as part of Task 4. Now, Task 4 aims to understand the current business and infrastructure landscape in Wyoming and then identify gaps and needs, as well as areas where stakeholders can cooperate, with the overarching goal of pivoting businesses into an emerging 4CM industry while promoting economic growth and job creation. But before I present to you what we've been working on, let me introduce myself. So I'm Christelle Kalaf. Unfortunately, I couldn't be in person with you today because I'm currently working as Associate Director of the Government Finance Research Center at the University of Illinois, Chicago. However, when I first became involved in this project, I was working as Associate Director of the Center for Business and Economic Analysis at the University of Wyoming. And I currently sort of retain an affiliation as faculty fellow with this center. Now, the team focused on task 4 also includes students from the economics department at the UW, and we often get valuable feedback from the folks at SCR and BSI. Now, before we examine the Wyoming landscape, I thought it would be helpful to look at this figure illustrating what a 4CM supply chain might look like. And as you can sort of immediately notice, there are commonalities with the full supply chain. Exploration, mining, processing are all activities where overlap exists. Even metals processing can be an area of overlap as it is sometimes associated with the end market for coal. To clarify, when we're talking about the end market for coal, we often think utilities, but metals processing and cement production are also components of that market. I would also add that, although not shown in the figure, rail and freight transportation are also activities or industries with deep connections to the full supply chain and can pivot or expand as needed to include connections to the 4CM supply chain. So now that we have a broad idea of what the 4CM supply chain might look like, let's look at the landscape in Wyoming within each of these activities or industries. And so starting with exploration, which we define as NICS code 2131, and used for activities for mining, we observe that there are 655 businesses within this industry in the state, and they employ over 5,352 employees. And so a quick note on NICS codes. These are codes used to classify all businesses in the US. And so they stand, NICS stands for North American Industry Classification System, and it is a standard used by federal statistical agencies when they're classifying business establishments for the purpose of collecting, analyzing, and publishing data related to the US business economy. And another note to make is that when I say, the reason that I say over 5,352 employees is that not all businesses shown on the map have reported their number of employees. Okay, so back to the map, the black triangles represent businesses. The crosshatch over counties denotes the region of interest, or the counties that contain the Wind River and Greater Green River basins. Around the triangles, you will notice heat map symbology. The color and size observed is supposed to let us know at a glance how dense the businesses are in a 30-mile radius, which is the size of the industry. This symbology accounts for both the number of businesses and the reported level of employment. So the closer the color is to yellow, and the bigger the circle, the more businesses and employees exist in this industry within 30 miles of each other. Looking at the map, we observe 2 dense clusters in our region of interest. These clusters are in Natrona and Sweetwater. You will also notice smaller clusters in Carbon, Fremont, and Sunlight counties. I want to point out that this calculation of density is in reference to the state and industry. So the most dense exploration cluster is in Natrona County with about 150 businesses. Next, we map businesses operating within the mining and processing industry, which we define as coal mining, ore mining, and non-metallic mineral mining. And so here we have 112 businesses employing more than 4,235 employees. And again, I say over 4,235 employees because not all businesses shown on the map have reported their number. On this map, the red squares represent businesses within the mining industry. And again, around the squares, you will notice that same heat map symbology as the previous slide. And so as a reminder, the closer the color is to yellow and the bigger the circle, the more businesses and employees exist in this industry within 30 miles of each other. And so you can notice 5 dense clusters in a region of interest in sort of Lincoln, Natrona, and Sweetwater counties. Now remember, as you look at the map, this is showing all types of mines, not just coal. So this includes sand and gravel pits, uranium ores, etc. So here again, I want to point out that this calculation of density is in reference to the state and industry. So the most dense mining cluster is in Campbell County with about 30 businesses. Now, before we keep moving through these slides and through the supply chain components, let's take a look at coal mining on its own. We do that because of the key role that these mines are going to play in the production of rare earth elements and critical minerals. So as of February 2020, Wyoming had 16 mines, 4 of which are in the region of interest, which at the time produced about 9 million short tons annually and employed about 800 employees. Now, moving on to the separation and purification sort of phase, which we define here as basic chemical manufacturing, resin, synthetic rubber, and artificial and synthetic fibers manufacturing, as well as other chemical product and preparation manufacturing. And so here we have 61 businesses employing more than 378 employees. And again, I say more than 378 employees because not all businesses shown on the map have included their monthly employees. And so on this map, the dots represent businesses whose activities can potentially overlap with the activities needed in the separation and purification process to produce 4CM. Around the squares, you'll notice again that same heat map symbology, and you notice a couple of clusters on the map. As a note, for this calculation of density, it's again a reference to the state and industry. And so the most dense separation and purification cluster, as we are defining it, is in Sweetwater County with about 14 businesses. Now, moving on to metals processing and making activities, which we define as these 6 manufacturing sectors that you see here on the slide. Wyoming has 133 businesses employing more than 166 employees in these industries. And so on this map, diamonds are representing businesses whose activities can potentially overlap with the activities needed in the metals processing and making phase to produce 4CM. And again, you see the clusters. And so as a reminder, the most dense metals processing and making cluster here, as we're defining it, is in Chona County with about 29 businesses. For alloying, we're defining it as this aluminum production and processing manufacturing sector. However, we are not aware of any businesses in the region operating within this industry. So if you know a business operating in this space, please reach out and let us know. Now, the information collected in Task Force so far provides a wide examination of the business landscape in the basin. But these businesses are not going to fit perfectly as is within the 4CM supply chain. There will be needs for funding, skilled labor, incentives that can facilitate their pivot into this new emerging supply chain. So we're currently surveying businesses to hear from them on their current capabilities and perceived needs and challenges. This QR code in the bottom of the slide will take you to the survey. You can scan it now if you want, and you should be able to either take the survey or share it with people that you think should take it. But if you don't get a chance to scan the QR code now, we will be happy to email you the link. Just reach out, let us know, and we can do that. So results from the evaluation of the Basin's business ecosystem will be combined with information collected from the surveys to produce strategies on how to address existing challenges and leverage current resources to allow the region to maximize the benefits from the emerging 4CM supply chain. And obviously your feedback is very much valued, so please don't hesitate to reach out and let us know your thoughts. Now, if you remember the 4CM supply chain figure, you will note that manufacturing is one of the activities that lead to end market products. But we haven't really talked about these second businesses quite yet. And so that is what we will do next. So here in this word cloud, you will see major end uses for critical minerals. The bigger the word, the more critical mineral types are needed for production. So you will notice, for example, solar cells. This production would require all these critical minerals. And so, like in general, the takeaway here is that the 4CM supply chain is more advanced in terms of its end uses than the coal supply chain. So this should offer protection against the boom and bust cycles that accompanied coal production so far. And in fact, the pursuit of a low emissions future, in that pursuit, the US still needs to avoid energy dependence, which means that there is a real and long-lasting need for rare earth elements and critical minerals as part of a robust domestic energy supply chain. Okay, so back to Wyoming. The state has about 2,000 manufacturing businesses, the majority of which have potential synergies with the forestry industry. So the main takeaways from the series of maps that I showed you is that there is a strong enough foundation here in the state in terms of exploration and mining activities to plug into the forestry supply chain, but it doesn't have to end there. The state can still pursue higher value added production by helping grow existing businesses with enough of an overlap in forestry activities to warrant a pivot into this kind of production. Helping expand new businesses and attract new ones that would fit within the industry clusters that make sense for the state would go a long way towards strengthening manufacturing in Wyoming, which is often associated with paying jobs. I will also add that while a lot of what I presented today is sort of broad, in the next few months, we will incorporate information from the other tasks to narrow down our focus to businesses that fit within Wyoming's comparative advantage as it pertains to existing minerals and elements, as well as their subsequent recommended end uses. So to shift gears here a little and provide some contrast, I wanted to end with a look at Wyoming's economy. In this figure, you can see that Wyoming's real GDP has peaked in 2008, which is when coal production peaked, and it hasn't recovered since. If we try to break that down and look at specific industries, you'll see that most of Wyoming's traded industries are shrinking. And if you're wondering what is a traded industry, well, that would be an industry that exports, or in other words, brings in non-local money into the community or into the state. You'll see mining, support activities for mining, truck transportation, and many other industries highlighted in red, which implies they are shrinking. And if you're wondering how is that measured, well, know that I'm looking at growth over time. So all these industries highlighted in red have lots of improvements. You'll also notice that these industries are associated with good paying jobs and that these industries have an overlap with the forestry supply chain. Now we've done this exercise for all the counties in our region of interest and we sort of observe the same pattern. I won't show you each county, but these are the numbers for Sweetwater just to illustrate. And again, you see this decrease in mining, support activities, but also chemical manufacturing, which I mentioned earlier, can play a role in the separation and cultivation phase of the forestry supply chain. So I say all of this to say that while forestry can't be the whole solution to challenges facing the state, a lot of pieces are in place to make forestry a viable key component in a Wyoming future that preserves the state's identity as an energy state. And I sort of want to reiterate that while coal production was associated with cyclicality, that boom and bust cycle will be less of an issue for forestry, since demand for these minerals and elements will be more stable. Obviously, with the caveat that there are a lot of unknowns in the future in general. Okay, so I will end by listing some of the outcomes that we hope to deliver as part of task 4. So we hope to provide all the data that I showed you and much more that has already been collected, but not included in this presentation. We hope to provide that data as a geospatial database that can be found on the projects page on the SCR website. So it can help practitioners with attraction and retention efforts for businesses within these industries. We also hope that making the data available will encourage communities to join forces and tackle some of these challenges in a communal way. To that point, we will provide suggested strategies to help pivot producers. We will also provide a skills gap analysis that aims to better understand the existing workforce skills compared to what we needed. And finally, an economic impact analysis quantifying the effect of a fully developed ecosystem in the state, fully developed forestry ecosystem in the state. So again, I wish I could have been in Wyoming for this, but if you have any questions, ideas, information, please don't hesitate to email me. Thank you.
Thank you all for watching that pre-recorded. That's difficult and interactive with Christelle. Christelle said you couldn't make it. Great speaker and a good person. If you do have ideas, content, information, please reach out to her. She's building this geospatial and all of this. Later do some machine learning. Work in progress and really exciting. She only touched on the tip of the iceberg. Dr. Pat Taylor.
Hi, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. Real pleasure to be here and be part of the team working on this project. We were approached by several states, several coal basins to help out. And you might wonder, well, why would Colorado coal mines be involved? Well, we're the ones with a lot of expertise. The extraction and the refining of critical materials. We're involved with critical materials. In addition to the Wyoming, Colorado basin, we're also involved with the Utah, Colorado basin. And we were both in the developing in Appalachia with the state. There are other factors looking at the other basins, but I'm happy to be here to talk about Wyoming and Colorado. What are we doing? Well, we were given funding to begin to do some technology assessment of what might be possible if targets were found of sufficient value to be able to be economically exploited. And so we've put together quite a lot of information and provided it in terms of what have other people looked at in terms of coal basin product recovery, whether it's critical element, rare earths, or making something new out of the coal or whatever it might be. And we've been continuing to do that. Timothy is my graduate student back there. He's the one doing all the work. He's the one putting a real effort into being an expert and understanding what other people have looked at. Let's figure out what. I think you're smarter than you. Okay. So for 20 years, I've directed the Coal Institute for Extractive Metallurgy. We get funding from a variety of resources. We have been in the Critical Materials Institute since the inception for 10 years. We have a Center for Resource Recovery and Recycling, which is an industry university consortium. The industry puts in the money, and we work on projects of interest to them. That's now in its 11th year. It's an NSF, Industry University Consortium. We get funding from a lot of the mining companies. We just finished the project for Tata Chemical on a processing scheme they wanted to evaluate because they master's student. We're working with Energy Fuels on a project and many other companies. So people come to us because we have a long established history in developing new technology for extraction and refining of metal. We have probably the best well-equipped laboratory for mineral processing and extraction in many universities in the United States. And you're all welcome to come visit us and see who we are. And so we're pleased to be a part of this. I just recently became emeritus, but I have quite a few graduate students that have to finish up work and actually quit. And probably this program will transition to one of the other faculty in the Coal Institute But I've been doing this a long time, 45 years. I've been teaching and doing research and doing consulting in this industry. Some recent things that we've been working on, we've developed a new way to recover gallium, vanadium, and indium from zinc plants. These are typically zinc ferrites, so very difficult to reach. So I had a PhD student who looked at using hydrogen to break down the structure to be able to get to the indium and gallium. And when you saw that periodic table that you put up, we're talking about solar panels, the only thing circled for the gallium, vanadium, and indium. So let's find a big gallium mine in Wyoming, solve all the problems in this case. I'm working with another professor at the University of Wyoming on a class enhanced method to produce rare earth oxide. We've done a technical and economic analysis of all of the various new and proposed rare earth reduction technologies. And a PhD student finished recently on trying to improve the methods to turn the rare earth oxides into rare earth metals. It's done electrolytically, and there's some problems. So we've come up with some solutions to that. So those are typical examples of the type of technology that we've been working on, particularly in the rare earth arena. And, okay, so what have we done? Long list of things. I love reading PowerPoint slides. So, but basically, we tried to put together a comprehensive list of everything we could find in the literature, patents, of what people have done to try to look at resource recovery control. And then, because we only wanted it, we tried to identify out of those which might be closest to state of the art. What they call state of the art is not what I call state of the art. I call state of the art to be go see a plant, they're making money. They think anything that has real potential is state of the art, which is a whole different classification. Los Alamos National Lab, I think part of the requirements for the funding of these was to have a national lab involved, and they take the good. They have a good group of people down there helping out. Looking at technology assessment, looking at some of the technology we may bring to the table to try to make this thing economically viable. Brent, I have a little presentation from Brent from there later on. So I got some sample finally, and asking Davin for the last 9 months, and we've been doing. So typically when we're looking at a new ore, they bring us a couple of buckets or a 55 gallon drum, and we grind it and crush it, and we start characterizing. We do it by quantitative mineralogy, vectorial fraction, chemical analysis. And those are the clues we need for process development. So we finally got at least some samples at this point in time. And we're doing the same thing to that. Once you've done that initial characterization, you think about what kind of mineral processing or extractive metallurgy technology might be applied. What are the problematic elements? What are the valuable elements? How are they associated? Without that, we have no clue of technology. And so we're doing that now. I asked Tim to give me some pictures. So here's one. Assessment task, we need additional sampling, whether we can apply conventional or unconventional mineral processing and beneficiation, extract the metallurgy to it. Can we find non-fuel value-added products for the coal? So there are a lot in the literature about taking coal, making fibers, and taking coal and making graphite, or taking coal and making liquefied precursors to plastics and so on. And even if those are done, it would probably be a small portion of the amount of tonnage that these coal mines produce. I mean, we're talking gigantic amounts. And so it may be a partial solution, at least to the thought to use the coal for some additional purposes, which would provide then economic opportunity. But also, I put together some contacts for them with the phosphate industry, and the Toronto waste industry. The work for Tata resulted in some detailed characterization that may be useful in terms of critical materials. Not as pretty as Evan's pictures, but these are just some pictures of a pyrite material that was provided and a part of a coal seam. And we've identified preliminarily the rare earth constituents minerals that are present in this coal. And we knew from the XRF that Gavin had done, that they were there. Well, why go to the trouble? Well, if it's that little bitty piece, I got to get out of there to make some money. We got to figure out a way to do that. In the pyrite, the concept here is that maybe some of these pyrite seams that are in the coal mine might contain significant quantities of cobalt, nickel, those kind of things. And what's cobalt in? Well, all of it comes from ERC, and it's a major constituent, electrical vehicle batteries. So we import all our coal. Is that critical? Well, if we want electrical cars, I guess it's pretty critical. And having a source of cobalt in Wyoming would be a wonderful, Colorado, would be a wonderful thing. So we don't know yet, but these are just a preliminary. Just to show you we did something in the laboratory. I just go to the library. Okay. Digital new and novel technology. Well, there's a lot of potential new and novel technologies. I'll give you a list here in a minute of things you might do. If being an engineer, you know, just because we say something's possible doesn't mean you can make it economic. You got to have a capital and operating costs. They all have to be taken into account. It's not just this pie in the sky kind of stuff. Sure, this is something we can do. Well, we need to find cost-effective and environmentally friendly technology. Try to find we need help from task 2 and 3. We need them to give us the information and the samples so we can do it. Unfortunately, in phase 1 of this, the money that we got for this work is not really sufficient to do detailed laboratory test work for process development. And in phase 2, if we identify it, we'll have some more partners where we can really put the hammer to it and try to find something new. But there's enough money for Timothy. Okay, here are some of the near soda. That's according to my perception of what they wanted of things that might be used. But it's just a kind of a list. Pyrolysis, gasification, and biogasification, crystalline carbon with high temperature treatment, solvent extraction. You can take coal, not all coal can do this, and turn it into graphite. Again, all of the electrical vehicles, all the batteries require a graphite. Where's the graphite? Not from the United States, maybe from Wyoming, Colorado. Microwave assisted turning it into graphite, carbon composites, carbon fiber, coal fish, polymer coal composites. I mean, it goes on and on. Rare earth recovery from coal-based material and coal. Well, there's been a lot of money spent in Kentucky and West Virginia on rare earth recovery from ocean. And the chart is pretty small. I mean, the amount of rare earths that's present in most of these is not very high. So some real innovative technology has to be developed in order to be able to recover that in an economic fashion. Good work is being done by Rick Conacher, by Mike Free, by Chris Noble, and they publish really good papers. And they do things like, let's take the pyrite and use that to make sulfuric acid. Then let's smoke the coal away from the residue, and then use bugs and the sulfuric acid and leach out the rare earths and then so they're looking for efficiency to reduce the overall operating cost to get it to the point where they can economically extract. So that technology be adapted in Wyoming, sure. I mean, whether it's has applications, those going to depend on, we like to say, the grade of the ore. You know, how much do you have there? How much money is possible to be made given the very small amounts of rare earths in the present. The higher the grade, the more the economic potential. So what that has to do is find us some really high grade coal. We're going to have it also. This is a good one. Retrofitting coal plants for thermal energy storage or retrofitting coal plants for small scale nuclear energy. The energy generation part that's there. So maybe there's a way to use it. We're lucky in Bowen, we have the National Renewable Energy Laboratory as well. And they're doing a lot of work in terms of number one here. Can you put solar energy near? I noticed all the windows. You can put a bunch of windows near it and use it for thermal for the we're all hoping it's there right now, but unless we think about it, we're not going to solve it. This is from Los Alamos National Lab. Give you a brief. Brent, does anyone know? Gary, okay, so on behalf of the second, okay. Well, they're helping in many ways. They're also putting together their perception of what the technologies might be applied in Wyoming in this project. But they also have some technology of their own, and they call it selective hydrothermal extraction of lamphite. When I talked for 45 years, I never used PowerPoint until the COVID came out. And I'm trying to figure out how to give a lecture remotely right on the blackboard. I'm glad we don't have it. And for new technology, investing in the cheap fraction of cheap light rare earth elements. Fact, these are only increase the value in the native final product. It's a fluid extraction of uranium and thorium, so you don't have to worry about the red and deviation, and to maximize environmental improvement. So they've got this chamber where they use a extractant to at high pressure neuromodulate to selectively extract and restore the light and medium heavy in this section of the thought. Or like it's kind of like ion chromatograph where you run it through and it's flexible and absorbs different things at different times. And apparently they use it for lanthionide testing and made that result. So it's the result. They were able to get 100% fixed vehicle with it. I think with 3-star or has a terrible approach to this to avoid extraction uranium in thorium. They have a patent, they've written a paper and nature, which you may know is so they're trying to, as part of their participation, not only support the understanding what's possible, but to help in developing novel technologies that might be applied. One segment. But the separation of the rare earths from each other, to purify them, typically the other amount of gas, in fact, when they ran the separation, took multiple stages of solvent extraction. I went on business right after they took the new kind of operation. I was just amazed at the magnitude for such a small mining operation. The magnitude of solvent extraction required to purify the rare earth. Why purify it when you have to have something yourself? And when you leach the rare earth material, there's a hodgepodge of all of the rare earth elements. And so I can purify them through various oxides, radioactive to be able to market them or make a magnet material. Separation is a big deal. It's not the only deal. What is the picture? The Conqueror coal mine in Missouri in 1903. That's my great grandpa James. Mining's been a big part of my family's history for a very long time. It's a big part of our heritage. It's just too bad that our government doesn't understand how important mining is. Everything changes. So, this is my quote from Henderson is a molybdenum mine in Colorado, and I used to take the students up there every year to tour the mill. It's a neat one. It's got sag mill and a whole bunch of rotations to make them a little bit. And when things are good, everybody's got a smile on their face. They're good going. That's when the molybdenum market's down. You see a bunch of people from mining. Anyway, this was on the blackboard. Different is not always better. The better is always different. So what we have to do is find the better, different is going to make this work. And it's really depends on having a resource that can be made better, right? That's my talk for today. Question? Do you know what I'm doing now? Do you know what Tim's doing?
Thank you. I start my every day at SCR conscious of owning new resource data.
I mean, that's exploration, right?
I worry about that with anything, making sure we have all have resources set, which provide what they need to do. Make it required.
Well, good morning, everybody. First of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Richard Thorne, I'm in the School of Energy Disorders. I'm the senior advisor there, which was recently under the direction of our Centre for Carbon Capture and Conversion, but decided to retire next year, so, which is doing a special duty type position, but I got involved in this project right at the very start. My background really got in the way, created a huge amount of curiosity for me because I'm an extractive metallurgist. Although I haven't done any for maybe 15, 20 years, having held positions in various aspects of management. This really appealed to me to start looking at the idea of REU. So I took the challenge on, and the task I've been given to look at is to look at technology innovation centers, what they might look like, how we might manage them, how we make decisions, and what we might do in these across the basin. And the task, although led by myself, I have a colleague, David, from Boston Strategies International, who are a consulting organization in Boston, Massachusetts, and they are energy supply chain managers. So the slant that we're taking towards this is to look at supply chains as well as look at the technology. And importantly, while we may have huge amounts of abundance of things we could do, rare earths, critical minerals, carbon, and other mineral matters, we also have to think about the market and the demand for some of these materials. Because we're very blessed in this particular project in that we have so many different choices in terms of feedstocks. We can't do them all. So we've got to find a way, and this isn't my decision, it needs to be a consensus opinion of all of the task group leaders and stakeholder participants, of what we are really going to focus on and do first. Not to say we can't do everything later on, but we have to prioritize. So what I'm going to do today is share with you the framework and some of the ideas about decision making, and also I've got a couple of slides on things that are already emerging of particular interest that take advantage of some of the strengths of either the geography or the resource strengths that we've got, similar to what Pat's presented. And these are not exhaustive. These are just examples I'm going to share with you, because the objective in this phase one is not to try and solve the problem, is to try and identify where we could go for the next phase and then do the rationalization and cut down. So this is not cast in stone, far from it. Right. Okay, so what are our overall goals? It's been mentioned, but I think it should go through this very succinctly. Our primary goal here is to focus our primary attention on REUs and critical materials specific impact. And I'll say something more about what we might consider to be specific impact later on. But whatever that things of specific interest are, they will be determined by supply, demand, and economic attractiveness, countering anticipated supply shortages, scarcity, as we prefer to call it, and of course reducing foreign dependence. To some extent, it's restating what the DOE requirements for the project. And it's already been mentioned again, but our secondary objective is to manage residual carbon in the case of carbon ore, or to remain mineral materials to do with waste or other things that are left behind have to be done all that. And the challenge for what we might do in these centres is where is the value and what is extractable economically. That's really what it is, with the impacts that we mentioned up there. So the guiding principles and selection criteria for the technology innovation centre. Some of these were given in the original requirements, but some of these I think are things that we need to focus on, which relate to sustainability. In this day and age, we can't just do anything without thinking about health and the environment. So we also need to think about things you might do that leverage our geographic, geological, and resource strengths within the basin itself, if we can, at least primarily. And of course, we want to deliver some form of competitive advantage, and water availability and water management concerns continue to be a big issue within the basin. So we need to think about those, how we're going to manage them, or alternatively identify solutions that don't involve much water or allow us to repurpose it. And of course, we must be able to look at our material prospects for growing and diversifying the economy and job creation. And to my mind, when we think about technology, we need to think about technology and what we do in these centres that has a degree of novelty in use. That could be customizing things that already exist that are out there, or doing things that are drastically new that are potentially very disruptive and have huge breakthrough potential. And of course, all of this needs to be done in the context of techno-economics and a deliberate marketing. So I mentioned we need to counter anticipated shortages, density, reduce carbon emissions and waste compared to the current situation. Carbon, let's think about carbon management is what we do. We need also to think about feedstock availability in sufficient quantity within the basin to address long-term US projected demand. We're going to set these businesses that we want them to last forever, for a long, long time. We don't want them just to be able to. We don't want to be on the supply side and find new things that will be privately sourced with our resource. Probably wouldn't be suitable to do that. Economic viability, creating jobs, we talked about that, and leveraging existing resources. So what we started off on the left-hand side there, we started looking very generically at lots of different process technologies that are out there, from which we might be able to realize our use of critical materials of interest, as well as doing other things and producing byproducts. And we went through a series of looking at each one of the feasibility, the fitness for purpose, where we are in the basin, economic potential, and we did some form of down-cut justification that ended up with those 6 that are in that column there under 3 economic potential, which ones that may well have the best interest. This is not exhaustive. Happy to revisit it, but this is where we are now. We're really validating the process of selection against criteria. On the right-hand side here, these are the features that we used in our framework, and this is how we scored it. And on the right-hand side there, I don't expect it to be done, but there's various notes there that talk about rationalization and reasons why we did that. Okay, we can revisit all of it, but they're the things on the left-hand side that really came out as being the most compelling at this stage for what we know that might be of most interest to focus on in terms of thematical focus areas. I mentioned before that it's okay looking at the supply side, and it's also looking at supplying these materials, but we also have to think about the market. And we've developed this, we call it the spaghetti diagram on the right-hand side, which shows the linkages to various industries and products coming from different rare earth and critical materials. And we did a preliminary economic evaluation to try and understand if we could match what we're doing to these markets, where that value might lay, using these criteria on the left-hand side to really come down and reduce the ranking. We find 42 unique value chains based on various permutations of process routes to these end markets, whether it's in photo-optic, magnets, or other things, electric vehicles, whatever that might be. And if we also, which we haven't done at the moment, if we were to consider what we do with some of the waste materials, the mineral matter, the carbon, and things like that, we would consider those to be hybrid value chain, which we have not assessed and we have not looked at, but maybe we need to think about doing those as we get more strangulation and data that comes available. At the moment, we've been working on sparsity of data. So this focus, as I said, is validating how we're going to make decisions for the technology sector rather than coming up with absolute criteria. So this is our thinking about how we would make decisions within the Technology Innovation Centre. I'll start first on the right-hand side. We need to have a strategic plan. David mentioned that in the first presentation. We think that the focus of our attention should be more applied, using the fundamental research to answer questions, because we already have the resources in the basin. We need to think about what those results, how we're going to fund that, how we're going to bring education into this, a very, very important part of the project. How we're going to create the intellectual property and how we're going to transfer that into people that are going to make this commercial. Most of all, how we're going to manage the show. And our thinking at the moment is we need to have the strategic priorities guided by some form of independent board. That might be an independent chairman with all sorts of stakeholders within the basin on that, who have an interest in supporting that. That is the current thinking. On the left-hand side, this is a modification of the Boston Consulting Group, Boston Square as it's called, how we make decisions. We start seeding things in the bottom left. If they don't seem to work either because they're technically challenging or economic, we divest them. If they have promise, they move to the top left-hand corner. And if that works, then we get the stars and we start to get the income and the value creation from the technology. And of course, if they mature and they're successful, we move into the bottom right-hand corner where they become a cash cow. So that's more or less how we see the technology innovation center working. This is just showing the matrix that we've done for ranking in terms of how we might see this in terms of impact within the basin. I won't go into this, but to say that, you know, the weightings, for example, and these we can change those, whatever it is, but at least it's the first cut of how we're going to make the decision, the criteria we're going to use. In terms of the location of these, we don't want to go into that with no idea whether we would take it, how many will be, because at the moment, in this phase, we're trying to focus on what we want these centres to do, and develop the business case and the value proposition to say what they will actually do. But one thing is for sure, top there, been said by other people, we want to think about selective mining, extractive metallurgy, recovery processing, and maybe RE and carbon and critical material goods productions and goods. There to us, our focus there, which we need to think about that might constitute the technology innovation center. And then leveraging our existing infrastructure. We know we've got infrastructure there already, coal mines, power plants, there's metals recycling clusters, magnetic manufacturers in Colorado, universities in colleges across the basin, private technical centers, optophotonics industry, which are being used as well as magnetics in REs and critical material in Colorado. In Wyoming, we're blessed with a large number of uranium mines. We have 10 of the largest uranium mines in the USA, of which of those total 13, 11 of them are a solution mine, and all but one in Wyoming is a solution mine. So that, as you'll see in a minute, is an example of something where we can leverage strength. Pat mentioned other strengths, and we need to get together, Pat, and to start to populate the list. And of course, we've also got advanced manufacturing, particularly in the field of biotech, and that's particularly prevalent in Colorado again. These are some examples that we've already started to populate and come up with. We want a much longer list. In situ rare earth extraction. Wyoming has significant expertise in solution mining. These people have done some pretty impressive work looking at different solvent systems. And these uranium mines, or the uranium deposit, sit about 30 to 40 feet below the ground. And one of the unique properties in our coal mines, or one of them, are that they're close to the surface, unlike Appalachia. So why can't we apply the same logic? We also know that solution mining in uranium pulls out REs and critical minerals as well. And they've done a lot of work looking at different acids, alkali and oxidative species that show that with the uranium, they can also pull out REs and critical materials. So we have a lot to learn from that space, I think, which brings a lot of newness which people haven't thought about. And of course, solution mining is also environmentally friendly compared to open cast mining or other forms of mining. And we have the expertise and the knowledge how to do it. There are key challenges. We need to think about the geotechnical viability. Some of these overburden areas are very tight, so it may be quite difficult to get drainage through them that we need, like uranium. That might be solvable by putting the well patterns a lot quicker, a lot closer together. There might be other things that I don't know geotechnically can do. What solvents do we use? That's a big question mark. The uranium industry has got a lot of information on different solvent systems they've used that go far beyond the current thinking of rare earth elements and what people have done here. And of course, we have to come up with what might be effective strategies and what the topside extraction process might do. We've got all these solids coming to the top. Would it be thermal, electrochemical, membrane, ion exchange, something else? I don't know. So we would have to look at that soon. And another area that we've identified is the use of organic acids and oxidants as opposed to using mineral acids for our recovery. This is an area where people, particularly in the recycling industry, have used organic acids and oxidants together or individually very, very successfully. And also to get REs out of organic material. And so there is potential to use that here. And I think this is an emerging area when we look at the literature. These are sustainable chemistry, so therefore they offer more environmental attractiveness. An example of that might be to use formic acid, which can be produced by in situ from using CO2 and electrochemistry, so it consumes CO2. And the CO2 could be provided from in situ production of hydrogen peroxide. So if you think about that, we're also managing carbon and other things as well. Not that we're validating that system, but these are the way that we're thinking that anything we need to have in result of sustainable, more environmentally friendly solutions. And again, we've got some key challenges. How do we develop strategies to recover recover the solvents? At the moment, if we use oxidants and that, there just isn't the capacity available in the USA to actually provide the quantities we want. So we have to think about that. We have to think about maybe how we can use biotechnology to make some of these organic acids in situ or otherwise. And of course, there's waste management things to think about in conversion into value-added products. If you like, seeing this in the form of the circular economy. My last slide, next steps. We need to complete the value chain analysis and match the market forecasts. We need to refine and develop propositions to guide technology investment based on criteria and guiding principles. Like I just showed you, come up with more examples of that in the 4 focus areas we've identified. So any new proposals, we're looking for anybody that has some good ideas, put them down. They're not going to be ranked, we just need to put them in the deliverable to say what we're going to do in terms of our strategic plan to look at these further. And we need to prioritize these interest areas based upon rationalizing the potential of the containing feedstocks from wide-ranging sources. But we can't do them all. So we've got to come up with ways that we can prioritize and say, for example, we're going to focus on the magnet industry. Therefore, these areas are particularly important. Not to say that we wouldn't take the other ones, other rare earths out, that would be in that necessarily in those feedstocks. But we need to decide what we're going to do on purpose. It might be we're going to go for the heavier rare earths or the lighter rare earths. I don't know. But we have to have some rationale that said this is what we're going to focus our attention on to create critical mass. We also need to actualize existing industries and infrastructure together with economic development impacts. We still don't have a very good picture of existing industries, particularly that exist within the manufacturing industries in Colorado. We have a reasonable handle in that. So anybody who can help me in terms of that would be very useful, particularly in the steel recycling, metal clusters, and things like that, biotechnology. And that's what I want to say. So thank you for your time. Any questions?
Yes, why is the organic acid have a higher affinity to pulling out the rare earths than mineral acids? Is it just able to break the bonds a lot better between the rare earths and the graphite?
It's a different chemistry we're using here.
Yeah.
That's all. So, you know, we know that the mixtures are very, very complex. Okay. And in the sense, particularly in terms of the carbon ore, they're even in where they're abundant, which is above and below the cup, there's still a lot of organic material in them. Okay. Mineral acids tend to go for mineral things these organic acids tend to go that. It might well be the ultimate solution is a combination of mineral and organic acid. We don't know. But the point is,
My background's paleontology, so organics are my thing. Yes, so that's interesting.
but it seems to us to be an area that has not been explored to the level it should have been, maybe in the context of what we're trying to do here.
Sort of a question on location, and about why we can do things here that other people can't do. Well, when you extract something like coal from the ground, you can only do it where the coal is found. You extract iron, you can only do it where the iron is found. And so those things are location specific and they can't be stolen away from. What parts of Technology Innovation Center's discoveries won't be stealable? What things are specific to Wyoming that give us a competitive advantage that other people don't have? Is there anything here that people can't take and copy elsewhere? Something unique
Well,
to Wyoming?
I think the first way I'd look at that is what we have in the potential feedstocks. Okay, there are plenty of rare earths and critical materials, let's say lithium, that can come from other sources. There's plenty of other sources potentially of lithium if people invest in them. But we have the rare earth elements here, which seem to be, to me, more compelling to go for because they're not available elsewhere. And so we've done some initial work, for example, that says if we were to focus on the outlook for magnets in the USA for electric vehicles until 2050, it seems on primary analysis, very broad brush, that we have sufficient magnetic rare earths and critical minerals that they need just in this basin to be able to satisfy that demand.
So we're bigger than everyone else? And
Yeah,
that's why
just
they
because
can't
of the
copy?
abundance. Just because of the abundance. So I think once we have a better understanding of what quantification of that, that will allow us to make, I think, some very much better strategic decisions. But in terms of abundance, I don't think there's anybody that has the level of abundance we have, the level of gettability because we're close to the surface or it's at the surface. Nobody else has that from what we can see. And that's just doing some quick comparisons to Appalachia or Texas or elsewhere.
It's not like we have infrastructure that other people don't have, or that we have a tolerance for certain activities that people don't have.
Well, we have scale in our mines, that's for sure. Yeah, we have a large number of coal-fired power plants. We have a lot of waste piles, whether that comes from trona or the phosphoria or other things as well. And I think one of the things that we seriously have to look at is if we decide, for example, we're going to, this is off the top of my head, we're going to target yttrium. We have to look at all the potential sources of this yttrium and don't think of them just, oh, there's a lot of that in this coal mine. We have to think about bringing all of the feedstocks together and being a world leader in extraction of yttrium by using whatever feedstocks that we have, or might be the produced water. But we're not there yet, Charles, I don't think, to be able to that quantification is critical, I think, if we're to be able to have sufficient information and wisdom to make decisions that we will have to make. We're not there yet. But I think seeing waste as being co-processed to make something with other things to us is something that we really do have to explore. We don't just see it as, we don't see these feedstocks as discrete. We have to think about them together. Anything else? Big Christine.
Thank you, Richard.
Thank you for all your hard work again, Christine, and your team. It's noticeable. Thank you. Oh, I'm good.
right. I'm not a walker because I'm in giant heels. I'm gonna stand right here. As everyone knows, I'm Kate Reed. I'm our Director of Outreach at the School of Energy Resources. If you haven't heard from me, then I'm not doing my job, right? So hopefully you've all heard from me, and when you see my name across your email, please don't believe it because probably there's an important update related to about that. I'm on the task lead for task 7, which is our outreach and engagement. We are focused in this task on the workforce training and development, on the community engagement, and the outreach and education component. This we're seeing incredible bonus on the moderate information, which I'm going to talk about a lot in the presentation too. We're doing a lot of collaboration, which is really great. I'm really grateful for the specific project partners on this task that are unique to the GGRB WRB Basin, which is Colorado Northwestern Community College, as well as Western Wyoming Community College, and you'll hear more from representatives from each of those organizations a little later on today when we do the breakout and discussion session. But I would just like to also give a shout out to Amy Murphy, who is in workforce training here at WWCC. She has been instrumental in getting this event planned and just been an incredible resource for workforce training, which you can. So, and also while I'm up here, I also wanted to thank the community for sponsoring some of the food for the event without their support. So, thank you. So what are the objectives of task 7? They're pretty broad, and first and foremost, we're here simply trying to provide information on the project to the target communities. That's both at a high level on the project of what we're going as well as trying to identify all of the people that are going to be, instrumental in making this industry happen. So you stakeholders, industry partners, the academics, workforce trainers. So basically anyone who possesses the education and information process. We are also assessing the existing resources and infrastructure, and we talk about this in the context of actually communication and workforce training, things like that. We're looking at what sort of education exists and workforce training programs, and then the best way to communicate with people, which turns out is actually quite difficult. So, yeah, we will try to connect all of our public and private stakeholders who will help me realize our project. We are assessing or identifying gaps. So as we're looking at what we're finding, we're trying to find out whose voices are missing from this conversation. And then at the end of this, we're going to make recommendations. So all of this is to bring all of this together, which we'll present in our initial stakeholder outreach and education plan. So that's going to report on everything that we've established in all of them, and I will make recommendations to like bring voices there. All those key components of training, retreating minors into the industry. From there, we hope that we will be well positioned to move on to subsequent projects. So, we're a year into the project, and we're really trying to figure it out what it is that we're looking for in order to accomplish these goals. We don't know what we don't know. And so at the start of this, I'm really just trying to ask questions. And I think that that's been true for across all of the task leads. We're starting with really basic knowledge of what we're doing. So our approach over the last year has really been to just kind of get the ball rolling on gathering information and also giving information. So that might be in the form of providing high-level information on what rare elements and critical minerals are, what their uses are. We've made resources available on our website anytime anyone from the School of Energy Resources travel. We take
flyers with us. And that's just to get it out there because we don't know who we're not connecting with or on the same. And so hopefully we can spark some interest and bring people back to us. And then first and foremost, I guess, we have created a website, which I guess is the sort of home base or repository for all the information that we're kind of collecting. And as other tasks progress with their work, all of this information is publicly available. The website is going to be a really critical piece of people need to find these resources and information. We've also the webinar series is what we've created. So I know Dr. Brett mentioned that started during COVID. I was the only person in the office with her in Stockholm and then for 6 months. And this project came to fruition kind of at the tail end of COVID, where we were all getting back to the office, but communicating with people has still been really instrumental. And I think today is a great example where we're still in a hybrid format. So in the post-COVID world, webinars have proven to be a tremendous asset and maybe important information. It's been a silver lining that proves that we can provide this information effectively and efficiently. And it's also been a great way that we can connect stakeholders on the wider scale. So they're free. They were able to bring in speakers that wouldn't otherwise travel to Wyoming. So we have representatives from Washington DC and the Department of Energy and NTL as speakers in our webinars. We've had people from different basins participate in our speaking. So I think that that's been incredible because we have a high level of information and probably realize that, but for disability. So inside the webinars, they provide quick and accessible resources for stakeholders and the public alike. And they can cover topics anything from high-level information, rare development little, or we can get into more specific needs that need a little bit more fleshing out. They're also archived and continue to serve as a resource. So like I mentioned, they're housed on the website. I myself have gone back and watched them because even though I participated in the live, I've forgotten what's in there, and like they're great research. They're quick information. An even greater benefit to the webinars that I mentioned, they've been an opportunity for us to collaborate with other projects. We are extremely fortuitous at the School of Energy Resources that we were awarded not one, but two of the Corsian projects. And if you look at a map, the size of the Powder River Basin and the GGRB, like the area of pipeline should not be it's massive. And so what we're finding is that these basins are not extremely, they're not radically different, and there's a lot of overlap in what not only what we're doing in terms of communication strategies, but in terms of workforce training and policy. So to be able to do these together has been really beneficial, and we've also been able to bring in rooms from one basin to the other. To date, I would say that most of our outreach has been pretty centric, and I think that that's pretty natural based on the fact that we started from phase one, not knowing what we were doing. We're here saying that we're going to stand out, especially in the Colorado side of the year. So I know I just like bragged about the digital age and how we like webinars and zooming in, but in-person events cannot be understated, and so obviously the fourth year is our first annual forum, which I think is really critical part of this project because it's going to be you all, our stakeholders, to talk, and the benefits from discussion and networking are not only valuable, but they're very. So whatever you guys are talking about today, I hope you leave with one gem that you can either go to create a new idea or a new connection. It's going to help. Again, thank you to Western Wyoming Community College for hosting us. Our next annual forum will be in Colorado at North Washington. And then mentioned the project. Obviously, we're expanding our contact list. I know not everyone in this room was on our initial list, which means that we're growing. You've heard about this somehow, which is great. And from here on out, you'll now be part of that community. We send out monthly emails with updates on all of the developments in the project, as well as other resources, sharing webinars that are being funded, as well as other funding opportunities that you can go after in your own community. And we also know that email is not the most and only effective way to communicate. And so while this has been a good way to get the project rolling, I'm looking forward to improve that means more community visits or more calls or radio, newspaper, these are all avenues to do. So I just wanted to kind of talk about, I know we talked about webinars a lot, but I'm going to talk about them a little more. So far, what we've put on 3 that have been the project. We started in November of last year. This one was just a really high level overview about where in Wyoming. We have we've been trying to bring in different perspectives, like I mentioned. So we want to bring in federal perspectives, we want to bring in state perspectives, we want to bring in industry, we want to bring in academia, and we want to bring in community perspectives. So I think we've tried to do that along the way, as well as the legal and policy side of things. That one's out there. So I mentioned as we're getting into other tasks, it's really important to do some of the things that are more specific to them. The social and environmental justice component kind of came up a little later on, and I think it's kind of a new topic, but it's going across all of the energy development topics, if you will. So basically, it's at the forefront. It's new, and we're still trying to explore more on it, but it's not going to go away. And so this webinar was a really great opportunity to bring in, we brought in someone from the Department of Energy to try to clarify what that term was and what is it looking for, like on this project, what it's going to look like going forward. And I think some of the key takeaways is that we don't want any disproportionate impact to happen in the development industry, and we also want to share in all these benefits and make sure that they're shared properly. And we also want to make sure that, which is intrinsic to this path, is that we have participation from all the communities in the decision of developing. So, some of the other takeaways is that I think we still have questions about what a disadvantaged community is. I know particularly in Wyoming, we feel like we're not disadvantaged yet, but we're on the precipice. So we want to make sure that we're addressing that and then that those concerns about the community at the federal level. And also this was our most recent webinar on workforce training, and I would probably say that today this is my favorite webinar. I was blown away by the amount of information that was provided in this webinar. There are so many resources available in Wyoming right now for workforce training and development, starting at a community college level, what they're doing. And we learned so many ways in which they're able to tailor their training for the different industries. So they're having a lot of industry partners come in, asking for current employees to be able to go through some training. They're also training students to meet the industry needs. I think that's really cool. We also learned in this one that there are funding opportunities. I think a lot of people are concerned that there isn't money out there to retrain, and that individuals are taking the time themselves to think like, oh, I should back to school or whatever. But we learned that employers can actually go out and spending and retrain their own employees, and there's a lot of resources out there through both the federal level and through the state institutions. We had 3 representatives from the Wyoming Department of Workforce Services on this panel. And basically, what we learned was that if industry partners want this funding, their way to grab after and resources to go to, and these people were there. One of the other major considerations that I think nobody has really thought about until brought up in this is that we need to take into the infrastructure which is creating this new industry. And so even though we have the resources here, we have the coal and critical minerals to look at, people still want to live and work in this community. And so we had a lot of really great insights about why it's so important to invest in education and community, the place that we want to bring these industries to. So just some other efforts that are kind of ongoing. We have started looking at just base level education, energy education, they like K through 12 curriculum. I grew up in Laramie, and I can tell you that the energy industry was foreign to me until I got to college. We don't have mining in Laramie or oil and gas, and so I think it's really easy to not fit it into your community, but it's pretty intrinsic to Wyoming and and so I think it's important that we're starting at an early age talking about energy and what it means to the state. And so we're just, again, resource assessed with what exists in terms of education and outreach, what sort of programs are in place where we can implement energy into the curriculum and creating a baseline knowledge of what different elements and critical minerals even are. And so I think from there we can provide, you know, a lot of these programs have existed and are defunct, whether that be from lack of resources or just poorly executed. But I think one of the things that if and when it comes to fruition, we can kickstart it, because if it was a matter of money, that's a different problem than is it a matter of the program. I think that. Tribal outreach and engagement. This basin, this project is greater river basin, and huge populations that are tribal nations. And I'll be the first to admit that I haven't had the best idea of how changing again opening channels of communications. We're trying to change that, and so we just recently invited some members from the tribe to campus to give us a talk. And I think the biggest thing we can do is like step one is to listen to them. So that's what we've done. We invited them to campus. They gave Wes Martell, who's the senior wind energy contribution for the Greater Yellowstone Coalition, which is a pretty environmental organization here. Came to campus, but gave a presentation on tribal government just to let us know how things are run on the reservation. Who it is that we actually talk to. We learned they have different business councils or tribal councils, but as well as different committees and subcommittees on energy, on water. And so I think that one was listen. We've now kind of opened that channel of communication, and from here I think we're going to be able to start moving forward. With some greater collaboration with the tribes, which is really great. I think collaboration is key when it comes to tribal engagement, and it's provided other opportunities. And so I just want to share, last week we posted a lawn policy conference that the school brought us together all lawn policy across different developments, oil and gas, talked about hydrogen, all these sorts of things. We invited John, who's the director of the U.S. Department of Energy, the Office of Indian Energy Policy and Programs, to speak at this event. And it turns out that the main directive of her job, and I'm going to quote this, is to help resources and funding available to tribes to maximize development and deployment of energy solutions for the benefit of American communities. We thought so. It aligns exactly with what we're trying to do. And so we connected Director Don with our newly created compact with the tribe. And it looks like this summer we'll hopefully bring her back out and we do this presentation where we can do some of these conversations forward. So I think that's really huge. When we talk about connecting with collaborating with other 4CM projects, it's also really important that we can connect with other like city funded projects that are like hydrogen or wastewater and things like that. And rather than having the same conversation over and over and over and over again, now that we have these channels, we're able to go and talk about all of these different topics. Another mention of collaboration up here. So this is not specific to the basin. This is actually something we're working on in the Powder River Basin project. The University of Wyoming created a thing called the Makerspace Workshop, which is a way that you can go on and get digital credentials and things that it will teach you how to do things like run a 3D printer or operating a forklift, things like that. You can do online and gain the certification. So it has a lot of different little satellite workshops around the state, one of which is extremely well established in Gillette, which we are partnering with. And as part of that portion of the program, we are going to create a Makerspace badge, just very high level, what are the literals and rare elements to make that part of that system. Well, this is something that can be easily applied across all of these projects. I know there's a workshop here that this is something we can put in there and people like here. Another really great aspect of this platform is that employers can go in there and be like, I need someone that can do X, Y, and Z and need these badges. And then potential employees can go in and be like, oh, I want a job with this company. I'm going to do this. So just looking at other ways that we can stand and make it. So that kind of brings us up to now. Task 7 was pretty amorphous at the start, but I think we really found our stride in the healthcare vision of what it's going to look like in the one. So at the beginning, we were just kind of asking questions, what information's out there, who can we contact, and while these are still ongoing things, I think we have a better idea here. So right now, some of the things we've already identified are the gaps, and it's been mentioned multiple times today, policies to regulating and placing businesses. And I think about the basin being in Wyoming, the policy is going to be statewide. So it'll be interesting to start looking out to other states, particularly moving forward. But I think it's really important that that's been brought into the fold in the discussion and bringing our legal experts in the stakeholders. Manufacturing is another gap we've noticed. We have very limited manufacturing happening in the region. What do they need? And so we're looking to establish some preliminary contacts with a few companies that will hopefully bring into the discussion, and that'll help direct research. And again, there's more work to be done on the tribal outreach and just the community at large. I think we're still in the investigatory stages of all of these things, like the resource assessment and the extractive methods and what minerals are even in our systems. And so it kind of makes communicating with the general public a challenge, because other than at a high level, we don't really have anything specific to communicate with them. But I think it's really important that we keep having these preliminary conversations, because they help to solve some misconceptions. And I just want to share an example of why we're doing that. Recently, I had a conversation with someone that was asking about our carbon capture program, that's part of the big project up in Gillette. And the conversation started out with, she believed that we stored carbon in underground capsules and that it's going to cave in. And that's not even close to what's going on in there. So we're kind of looking at now, like what kind of misconceptions do people have about beautiful minerals and rare elements, and trying to get those head on now, so we don't have to develop some of that misinformation later on. And I think that that's really important, because then if everybody is at step 1 on the information level, and when these projects move forward, we can start at step 3 and build it much better. Next step, so as everyone's kind of mentioned today, that their research on this is kind of advancing. I think outreach is a very, it covers all the different aspects. I think each individual task kind of had its own limited scope and very clear directive of what they're trying to accomplish, but outreach is a part of that now. So task 7 is project wide. So I think at this point in time, we'll be focusing a little bit more on doing some specific task outreach. So as the minerals are defined in our resources, let's go out and talk about them. Because we're thinking that we're going to mine and what one we don't have here. We don't know yet, but if, you know, we don't want companies thinking like, great, and then we don't get all the different branding and we don't have it. I don't know, but I think we want to be clear about what our resources are. Outreach is going to be huge for that. I think Christelle's presentation on the economic assessment is really important. She's done a lot of the outreach on her own, and I think we want to be able to share all those results and hopefully get more participation in that. So the more data we have, the better it's going to be. And I think it's going to be vital for success of it. And then we are going to start shifting our focus to the Colorado side of the basin. I mentioned it's been very centric, but from here on, we're trying to kind of outward and see what we can do with the same baseline. And then, like I said, we're addressing the gaps that we've identified. So in terms of going on the regulatory side or manufacturing, if those voices aren't there, then that's something all we have to say at this point in time. But hopefully we can identify the gaps and then bring them in a way. Question on outreach.
I would suggest you somehow get thrown on involved. I can't believe there's nobody here. I will say that the trona mine and the trona industry in Wyoming ends at the Sweetwater County borders. It includes the legislature. The trona industry is extremely important to the state. I don't think it gets the, I don't want to say recognition, but the due that it's due. Yes, it's an extremely important industry.
I
And
agree.
we know that here in Sweetwater County. I'm a little surprised there's no coal people.
I'm trying to either we do have people on our list and we are like very well aware that Jenny contractors have one for training. That was actually a big part of the tours yesterday that ended up not happening. Mostly for which the mine wanted to be the tour, but the short hour we were requesting to show it and not to show it. So I think we'll definitely come back. We want to do a bigger tour and that's what they do. Yeah, no, I totally agree.
I can speak to that a little on the resource side. They have been very supportive, but I'm with Corona today in that category that's not quite like. We have included some Corona in our assessment of resources. And with Colorado Sport Lines, they will get Corona and some of the waste streams there. And there are promising values of rare elements within certain products and locations. Part of that is getting that information from existing research NDAs or creators, you know, which have been working with out to a project like this with more of a public dissemination. So that's a real how we play part of the movement system. Tiffany is our project specialist who's been running. Peter right there has been working on a lot of site access and discussions that open up from the avenues. It's the world's largest drone industry. A lot of it's really spirit. Cool.
I'll say on the microphone here, we're gonna break for lunch. So around for those of you on Zoom, so the link's gonna remain live, but we'll just leave it in off the video, but we'll have everyone back here at 1 o'clock. For our key speaker, who's actually gonna be joining us on Zoom. So
I just want to thank all our speakers. So I have, we have two keynote speakers lined up. This afternoon. Dr. Mason Perry from Colorado Mason University and Dr. Raymond Paul from Western Washington College. The first speaker, Dr. Nathan Perry, pleasure of introducing, as I would call him a colleague now, of course, in the world. We have both presented side by side at the AGC Annual Economic Forum in Colorado, that's been associated by the University of Colorado. And I invited Dr. Perry to this event as a keynote after seeing the past two annual presentations from him, noting his outline of economic studies, regional economics, his look at coal communities across northern Colorado. Obviously, those mines are a big part of the project. But what I noticed in a lot of his dialogue was his description of coal communities and the connection there. So it's not just economics, but about the future. And that really stood out. So it's a pleasure to have Dr. Nathan with us today. And I will let him speak. He is remote today. Unfortunately, he made the trip all the way up. And after Nathan's done, I don't know if I'll answer any questions. We'll see how it goes. But it's a very, very knowledgeable comments. So, thank you, Dr. Perry.
Hi, everyone. Can you guys hear me? Great. Hey, is there a way to put my face up on the screen? It's not letting me share video. I don't think I've ever presented without people being able to see my face.
Yeah, sorry, we'll worry about that real quick.
Yeah, no worries. So let me know when that's up. Do you guys see my PowerPoint okay?
Yeah, we can see your power.
Okay, great. So I'd like to apologize. I had every intention of being in person, and my wife ended up having to work last night. And so I thought, okay, no problem. I'll just get up at 6 a.m. and drive. And then I got up and I thought, oh my goodness, this is 10 hours of driving for, and I'm going to miss most of the presentations, and I'm only presenting for 20-30 minutes. So I called and asked if I could present via Zoom, which I always think is kind of disappointing when I present other places. So I just want to apologize to all of you for having to do this. I kind of had this whole plan of coming in, and we're going to swing by some other places. And so it just didn't work out. But I'm glad you're still willing to have me, and I'm excited to go through my PowerPoint, and hopefully you guys can see me now. Can you guys see me now?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, let's get going. Let me get started. So here's what I want to present on. I've done a lot of research on coal transition economies, because as part of what you guys are discussing about, I do a lot of work with Moffat County, Routt County, and Rio Blanco County. And I've not just worked with coal transitioning economies, but I've also worked with natural gas. There's a lot of natural gas down here in Garfield and Mesa. And so I've spent a lot of time researching and reading and kind of thinking about these types of things. And so when you guys put on an event like this that's trying to come up with solutions, I am very much in favor of that, because I'm the guy that points out all of the problems. And so that's kind of what I want to do in this presentation. I'm more of an expert in Northwest Colorado. So I'd like to share 3 things with you in this presentation. The first is some economic data from Northwest Colorado, some economic data from Southwest Colorado, Wyoming. And then the third thing is I want to go through a study. I actually think this is the first thing I'm going to do, because I switched my PowerPoint around at the last minute. But I want to talk about this coal study I did that really shows the real economic impact of this industry going away. And it shows the gap that's going to exist for some of these counties that I think surprises some people. We tend to think in terms of, oh, there's 50 there's 500 coal miners and 200 people who work at this power plant. But is what I'm going to show you is that it ends up being a much bigger impact, which makes, I think, the work that is going on even more important. So move on to the next slide here. So this is Northwest Colorado. This is regional coal production and jobs. And you can see the trend since 2010. So this is Moffat County, Routt County, and Rio Blanco County. And you can see the gray line here, if you guys can see my mouse. I usually have a laser pointer, you know, when I present. So I'm using the mouse this time. But the coal jobs is the gray line, and then the coal production is the blue line. You can see that the trend is down a little bit. Well, not a little bit. It's, let me put it this way. There's a long-term downtrend for obvious reasons. We've seen a slight uptick in coal jobs and coal production just recently, but not enough to even remotely start a new trend. So this isn't a downtrend. We know where this is going with coal mines. We know where this is going with coal power plants. And so let's look a little bit more. So here's employment by mine. Here are the 4 mines in Northwest Colorado. And I have this data for Wyoming as well, but I'll get to that in a minute. So we have Foydle Creek, which had a significant drop in employment. And we've seen Colawyo and Trapper Mine, which are set to retire pretty quickly, at least within the next 5 to 8 years. We've seen those 2 mines continue employment, and then we've seen Trapper Mine see a big decline. So Trapper and Foydle Creek are the 2 that we've seen the biggest declines in employment. We're expecting all of these. Well, we expect the 2, we expect Colawyo and Trapper Mine to be completely shut down because they feed right into Craig Station and Hayden Station. Foydle Creek's in Routt. They feed into Hayden Station. I don't think that there's technically a shutdown point for that mine, and there's no shutdown for Desperado, but that I know of anyways, but that's well documented. How about that? But I think the anticipation is that over at least the next 10 years, all of these mines will be shut down if their purpose is for burning of coal, right? So so just to give you an idea of the impact on these counties, if you look at Rio Blanco mining divided by GDP. So mining, this includes coal mining and natural gas production. Rio Blanco has both. And so they've got an insane percentage of GDP that comes from coal mining and natural gas development. And so you're looking at almost 70% of Rio Blanco County's economy is based on either coal or oil and gas. You can see that Moffat mining is just about 20%. Now, I did not include the power station here. This is just the mining. Okay, you include the power station, which I'm going to do in a minute, then the percentage of GDP is huge. And then Rout's a lot more diversified. You know, they've got Steamboat Springs on the eastern end, and it's driving a lot of interesting things. It's kind of, Steamboat is what Moffat and Rio Blanco don't really have to diversify away from coal immediately. And so their percentage of GDP that is impacted by coal, and they do have not any natural gas drilling, they have some natural gas wells, you know, is around 6-7%. So it's smaller than the other 2 counties. So I'm going to jump right in. I don't have kind of an introduction slide, but that's the scenario, that's the outlook for those counties in terms of energy. So as what I did is I really dug into this. Okay, so I did this whole report on the economic impact of coal in northwestern Colorado, trying to take into account some of these things that most people don't think about. So when you think about the employees that a region's going to lose, say from mining and from power production, I think policymakers most of the time just say, oh, there's 500 miners, you know, there's 100 people who work at the power station, and so we're only going to lose 600 workers that we need to replace. But it's significantly more complicated than that, because as what happens is you see supply chains develop around these industries, especially in this region that we're looking at, southwestern Wyoming and northwestern Colorado. You've got entire supply chains where people get their livelihood not from mining coal or burning it, but from servicing the coal industry. And then there are, you know, fabricators and trucking companies and all of these companies that aren't classified as coal that engage in economic activity due to the coal industry. And so my attempt with this study that I conducted a couple of years ago was to try to accurately measure that type of impact. And listen, the point of doing an impact like this is not to say we need to save coal. I don't get paid enough to be a lobbyist. But I think the point for me is to say, hey, listen, if we're going forward with this transition, there's going to be a gap. That's, I forget how it's framed in the other literatures, but that's, a justice issue. We're taking coal, we're manufacturing solar in another area. This is going to leave a big employment gap. So what are we going to do about it? And it's bigger than I think people think. So we look at supply chains, this is my study. There's no us. So there's no co-authors. I look at the supply chain effects. And then if you think about all of the spending that comes from people who work at the coal mine, in the supply chains, at the power station, they go out to eat, they buy coffee, they buy homes. That income is generating a lot of other jobs that aren't even in the supply chain through the multiplier effect. You spend that money, you go out and you do things. It's called the induced effect in economic impact modeling. So supply chains, the induced effect, and then also there are all these other benefits to this particular industry. In Colorado, at least, we get what's called a direct distribution. And so there's a tax, federal mineral lease and severance. And so the direct distribution comes from severance. It goes to the state of Colorado and then is distributed back to all counties, but mostly to counties that have energy. And so I tried to measure the proportion of that severance that came directly from coal. There are a bunch of other Colorado programs where these counties get money. The Energy Impact Assistance Fund, the State Public School Fund. These come from severance taxes and federal mineral lease taxes. And then, of course, ad valorem taxes, which is the property tax on the mine, on the power station. And that some of these counties get a ton of income from this. So I added all this together to try and get an economic impact. And let me show you what I found. I hope you guys are drinking LaCroix. So no, I am paid to advertise LaCroix. No, I'm just kidding. I do love LaCroix. It's the only thing that keeps me talking for an hour straight. Okay, so here's what these results show. We're looking at employment, labor income, regional GDP, and total output. So when I take these three things into account in Moffat County, Rio Blanco County, and Routt County, we're looking at a total loss of 2,862 workers. Now the mines and the power station in Craig and Hayden, the direct employment is what those are, is only 1,400. So this indirect effect is what we think of as the supply chain effect. So there's 822 people who gain employment through the supply chain of coal. And then the induced effect is the multiplier effect. And so that's the induced spending effect. That's when people get paid, what they do with that money. They go to restaurants, they do some of these things. Can you guys still hear me, by the way? I can't hear any of you, so I just want to make sure you can still hear me. Okay. I don't ever present on Zoom, so I just want to make sure that I'm still here. So okay, so that's a big number. I think policymakers are going to look at 1,400, but when you look at the real impacts, taking into account supply chain and induced effects, you are looking at the total effect of 2,800. And then for GDP, this isn't going to make any sense until I give you some context. It's 621 billion. Impact on GDP. So let me give you a little bit of that context here in a second. But you can see when you break down the employment effects by industry, you lose coal mining jobs, electric power generation, other non-metallic mineral services. Government loses income, so they either have to pull money from something else to keep that, or they lose these jobs. Marketing research, management of companies and enterprises, other real estate, restaurants, government, accounting, limited service restaurants. So you can see that this model looks at how people in these industries through the supply chains are spending their money and what industries it's going to have an impact on. So, of course, ultimately leading to the point of finding a replacement for this economic activity is vitally important, right? What you guys are doing is so important. So individual county contributions. So I broke this down by county and you can see how this works out. So Moffat County takes the biggest hit. And I broke it down by employment percentage and regional GDP percentage. So Moffett takes about a 46% hit to their GDP. Route takes an 11% hit to their GDP. Rio Blanco takes a 26% hit to their GDP. And that 621 billion I mentioned before, that's 21% of the region's GDP. And so that's a big chunk of economic activity, especially when you take Steamboat Springs out. You know, Steamboat Springs is its own thing. It's not reliant on coal or natural gas. It's this own economy, professional and technical services, and has this crazy real estate market. But you go to Western Route where Hayden is, Hayden's more like Moffett. You know, Hayden's in the realm of the economic impact that Moffett, Rio Blanco are gonna see. And so so that's the context. So I guess point number one is that this is a big impact for the Northwest Colorado region. If I were to do this same model for Southwest Wyoming, I imagine it would be very substantial as well. I know one of the counties is a lot larger than Moffett, Rio Blanco, and Route. And the larger the county is, the more diversified you can be from some of these shocks. But you'd still see a pretty big impact, bigger definitely than just that direct effect. So, you know, over the 2 or 3 years I've been dealing with this, there's talk about if Deserado and Foydle Creek Mine is going to stay open. You know, I've heard through the grapevine, you know, different things, and I've heard, oh, well, maybe Deserado. I truthfully don't know if they're going to be open or closed because Deserado has their own market. Foydle Creek, I think they have their own market. You have to ask the people at Foydle Creek. But if I took those out and say, okay, those mines are going to keep going, then the economic impact, you know, I modeled that. So instead of 2,800 people, it would be 1,900 people, which is smaller. You know, we only have a direct impact of 935. Supply chain effects are a little bit smaller when you keep some of those mines open. Some of those mining supply chains will stick around. So that's kind of an alternative scenario that I put forth. And, you know, the individual counties, you know, if you look at the percentage of GDP over here, it stays fairly similar. Moffett's still at 46%. Route takes a much smaller hit because Foydle Creek is in Route County. And then Rio Blanco takes a smaller hit because Deserado is in Western Rio Blanco. So the total impact ends up being 14% regional GDP. So I don't know how I'm doing. I'm doing okay with time, looks like, but let me keep going so I don't take too much time. Some other things that I've looked at, you know, just comparing these impacts, I did an estimate of the average wage losses for the region. And so if you look at this, I did the two scenarios. Let's just stick with scenario one. If you dig into my study, then you can look at the two different scenarios. Scenario one is all coal going away, which I think is fairly likely, but that's just my opinion. I don't know what's actually going to happen. So if you look at, so what I did is I measured based on the labor income losses, what the drop in average wages would be. And is what I found is a 7.14% drop in the region for average wages. Because here's the other problem, is these industries pay a ton compared to other jobs in a rural region, right? So when we're replacing this economic activity, it's double the challenge because you're not just replacing a job, you're replacing a very high paying job. And so you're looking at 7% drop in wages. For Moffett County, you see a 22% drop in wages. For Rio Blanco, you see a 7% drop in wages. And then Route, they're just more diversified. They got Steamboat. So if you take the county as a whole, it's only a 3.8% drop in wages. But, you know, Hayden's going to feel that differently than Steamboat is. So, oh, did I hear, is someone asking something? Or is that, am I hearing voices? I'm hearing voices. It's fine. My wife tells me I hear voices, you know. Okay. You guys with me still? Okay, good. Am I going too fast? I can't read body language right now, so you got to tell me, is this going okay?
Good.
Okay. All right. So let me just show you what some of these coal counties look like, their GDP. You know, there are other counties in Colorado that do not have the volatility in GDP that the coal counties have. You know, although these industries contribute a lot, they also contribute a lot to volatility And you can see that in Rio Blanco's GDP. A lot of this, remember, Rio Blanco has natural gas and coal. And so it's both industries affecting Rio Blanco, but you can see that, 2014 was a good year for oil and gas and coal, and boom, you have a 9.2% gain in GDP. And then, boy, 2020, that was a really bad year for natural gas, but, coal wasn't so bad. So they lost 3.8% of GDP. So you see a lot of these fluctuations, and these counties aren't huge. Their median household income is actually okay. You're running around 60,000, bumping up to 64, 65,000 Rio Blanco. Poverty estimates, you're around 10% poverty. There are counties in Wyoming and Colorado that have worse poverty estimates. But that will rise, as coal transitions if these workers do not relocate or new jobs don't come to fruition. And you can see the trend in Rio Blanco jobs. It's a bit exaggerated on the y-axis, but just to show you, I've seen a decline in about 800 jobs over the last 10 years, which is about 20% of their workforce. And that's before coal has really been eliminated. So I'm very concerned about Rio Blanco County through the transition of coal. They're probably top of my list in Colorado. Moffett has a little bit more going for it. They're bigger, but their GDP you can still see is highly volatile. A lot of negatives in the bad oil, gas, coal years, a lot of positives in the strong years, 2014, 2019. So a lot of volatility, a lot of negative GDP. A lot of this is there's such a giant bubble in oil and gas and coal in the late 2000s that some of these counties took several years to go back to normal. But, we're moving back to normal for a few years. And so you can see, these counties are already struggling. And, Moffitt's about the same median household income as Rio Blanco. And poverty is about the same as Rio Blanco for Moffett. And Moffett jobs, same type of declining trend. You can see the big top in jobs in 2009. And, it's been kind of downhill since. And this is, again, nothing's been shut down yet. You saw the initial graph, you can see the decline, but the decline was mostly in Foydle Creek and Route. So this is Moffett. They haven't seen huge losses in their two coal mines yet. And they're already seeing job losses as the trend. So I'm a little concerned about Moffett. They've got the biggest GDP hit coming. Route, I'm less concerned about. I'm concerned about Hayden. I'm not concerned about Route as a county because of Steamboat, but I'm concerned about Hayden. They see volatility too. And then, of course, Eastern Route just has a ton of tourism and that has its own level of volatility. So that's kind of the stage for, sets the stage for the Colorado counties. Just gives you the scope of what's going on economically in the concerns here, and the importance of trying to figure out how to, solve some of these economic gap problems. Let me just touch on a few slides. I'll go fast. Wyoming coal counties, percentage of GDP from oil, gas, and coal. As my PowerPoint got longer and I realized I only had 20 minutes, I started condensing some slides. And so I put all the Wyoming counties on one slide. So you've seen a decline, but not the same decline that you've seen in, say, other counties in the Front Range of Colorado. And this is percentage GDP from oil, gas, and coal. It's hard at the county level to separate it out. And so, you've got some counties like Sublette, and I don't know if I pronounced that right because I'm not a Wyoming economist. But I did look at all the data. So if I pronounced something wrong, I'm sorry. That's why I wish I were there so you could all correct me in person. But anyways, you're looking at almost 85-90% of GDP that comes from coal, oil, and gas. That's crazy. Rio Blanco is the highest in Colorado at 70%. Wyoming has a county that's close to 90%. That's really high. So that's the highest I've seen at this percentage at the county level, just so you know. And I've done research in Utah and Carbon County. I've done research in Emery County, San Juan County, where there's coal. I've done a big report for Utah. So that's really high. So Sweetwater, they're riding around 40-45%, and then it kind of goes down. Lincoln's around 30%. You have Fremont that's close to 20%, and then you've got 3 counties that are smaller. And we're seeing transition from coal, just like in Colorado and Wyoming. And just to give you some context for these counties, just put it in actual numbers. So here's the employment numbers. Natrona was the county I was talking about, has more diversification because of their size. When you get to that 30, 40, 50,000, you're going to see an easier time and an economic transition because there's more things going on. Some of these smaller counties, 5,000 people, that's a lot like Rio Blanco, Carbon County, Lincoln County, Uinta County. These counties in these rural areas, they're going to struggle in this transition. So, and median household income a little bit higher, which I think is good news. That, whenever you see that, sometimes you wonder about the distribution of income. And then poverty rate, Fremont's a little high, everywhere else is 10% below. I worry if you're starting with a high poverty rate and then you go into coal transition, what's going to happen. But anyways, that's kind of the economic landscape for the Wyoming counties. And so here's Wyoming coal employment. I'm almost done. So Kemmerer mine, has been in a downtrend from about 300 to 250. We've seen Jim Bridger mine from 250 to about 200. We've seen Black Butte. The slope is a little bit less bad than the other ones. Then, of course, one of the Bridger mines, Bridger Underground Coal Mine, has been closed recently. So that's the Wyoming coal employment situation. Then here's coal production. You probably need like a trend line, one of those trend lines from Excel, but I thought it was fairly clear. You can see since 2014, there's a decline in production. And so, this region, is set for the same stuff as Northwest Colorado. I mean, this is happening all across the nation. This is a discussion that's happening in Utah, West Virginia, anyways. So Jim Bridger Power Station, we're looking at 2,442 megawatts. So what I found and this always changes. My experience with this is that there's a retirement date printed, and then 6 months later, there's a new retirement date. But this is what I have now. There's 4 stations, 2023, 2028, and then 2 in 2038. And then Nodden Power Plant in Lincoln County, 2025, 2025, and then they retired one 2019. So, Lincoln's actually doing better in terms of their GDP than the Northwest Colorado counties. You can see the big kind of post energy bubble breakdown that we saw a lot in Western Colorado. You see it in, Southwestern Wyoming as well, and probably the rest of Wyoming, a lot of Wyoming counties, to be honest. I just focused on this coal region. You can see GDP has been positive. That's good news, as this transition moves forward. Sweetwater percentage change in GDP, not as good news. You can see they look a lot more like Rio Blanco or Moffett. You've got this negative GDP trend and then this hugely negative 2020 GDP. That's not what I want to see kind of going into the next decade. So anyways, that's my presentation. I went 30 minutes instead of 20. I'm not there, so you can't yell at me. I hope that was useful for you. I'm sorry I'm not there. Again, I hope to meet you all at some other event in person. And yeah, I hope that was useful. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Dr. Perry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. It's really faint, but I can hear you.
Very good, thank you. I have always appreciated your honesty and your presentations. We will get you to Wyoming one of these days.
Oh, I didn't hear that last part. Speak really loudly into that microphone.
I was saying we will get you to Wyoming one of these days.
Yeah, no, I legitimately want to come. Yeah. If I would have made it yesterday, I would be networking and meeting everybody, which is what I wanted to do. So anyways.
Understandable. Thank you. Thank you again, Dr. Perry.
Feel free to reach out with any questions, comments. I'm around.
And I don't see questions in the audience today. So if they do occur in our working groups, I will forward those to you. Make sure you're in the loop on anything else we could request of you for this time. So thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. I'll stop sharing so your other guests can get on.
our second speaker today is Dr. Randall Roth. He's an associate professor of chemistry here at Western Wyoming Community College. We've obviously been talking about coal a lot today, but the other half of this is a critical part, and no pun intended, is the rare earth elements of critical mineral scientists. We will be speaking to us today about the significance of rare earth elements in particular. We talked earlier about how we really don't have a U.S. or domestic supply chain for rare earth elements, despite being critical. So I tried, when I put this together, I went from one aspect to another, like how do I want to address this? And, what kind of audience am I going to be addressing? And so what I kind of ended up with was, I'm a chemist. I went with a chemist background, but talking to non-chemists. So please bear with me if there's some material that I'm getting across that you're already familiar with. Just kind of make your thoughts wander until I come back to something that's useful for you. But what I wanted to talk about was just kind of in general, the impact of rare earth elements. But I wanted to provide a couple of possible solutions that might be useful in terms of overcoming some environmental impact issues. And so what we know is there are 17 elements that comprise the rare earth elements. You've got the two in the transition metals up here. There we go. So you got yttrium and scandium, and then the lanthanides that comprise this part down here at the bottom of the periodic table. And I always joke with my students, I've got a few here today, I invited them to come. They're like, when are we going to talk about that part in the bottom of the periodic table? And I'm like, God, no one ever really cares about those, but actually doing some research, this is a really significant part of the periodic table. Usually we think of the synthetic ones that are made up in San Francisco or over in Russia, but these really are very important. And we have that discussion about what we do with these. And so these actually get subdivided into the light and the heavy rare earth elements. And I'm not going to get into that just in terms of time, but I kind of wanted to start off by talking about a story here.
Oh, sorry, I got trying to type the thing.
Oh, okay. I think if you click on the screen. Okay, so I think this is sort of an interesting way to start. So in 2010, there's this incident in the East China Sea. Any of you, just out of curiosity, have heard about this before? Okay, just one person. All right, good. All right. So there's these islands that's in dispute between China and Japan and Taiwan. And it's agreed that whichever governmental agency is in this area, that they'll patrol it. And if any civilian vessels get in these islands, which are uninhabited, they'll just kind of escort them out to international waters. So in September of this year, there's a Chinese fishing vessel. They go into these waters, they're fishing, and these Chinese Coast Guard vessels are there, and they're telling this Chinese vessel, hey, you need to leave, you're not supposed to be here. Well, they end up ramming into these Japanese Coast Guard vessels, which obviously takes them off. So they end up hauling these guys off to jail. And anecdotally, depending on who you ask, maybe the captain might be drinking, we don't really know. But they get imprisoned in Japan. And in the meantime, China is really upset. And they are telling their citizens, look what Japan's doing. They're locking our people up. Meantime, Japan's has this indignation. They're like, hey, you ruined our ships. Of course we're gonna, put your guys in jail. China and Japan are going back and forth on this. So finally, China says, okay, this is what we're gonna do. We've got some imports to deliver to Japan. We're not gonna get them. Big part of this importation into Japan were rare earth elements. So Japan says, okay, sorry, we're gonna let your people back. Please, let's get this going. And China just says, no, we're gonna forego importing into your country or exporting into your country.
So part of the shipment goes these rare earth elements. So what happens? People start freaking out. Now, I don't know personally if this was embargoed because of the rare earth elements or because of just this incident that's going on. But what ends up happening is a lot of people start thinking that China is now engaging in some kind of economic warfare. They're holding this material hostage because they want something done their way. And what's really relevant about this is during this time, China is producing most of the rare earth elements in the world, not just producing, but refining and providing these. And so there's this misconception, and we can't quite see it, but there's this thought now that rare earth elements, we find them in China, and so we're really, really stuck if we have to sort of kowtow to this regime and do the things that they want us to do. So let's sort of clear up a couple of these misconceptions. Okay, first of all, rare earth elements aren't rare. They're called rare because 200 years ago, they were newly discovered. And 200 years ago, stuff that was newly discovered, at least in the scientific field, they called them rare. So it just means, hey, this stuff is newly found. And the earth part comes from just how minerals used to be classified or elements. You had gaseous elements, you had earth elements, and those are just elements that if you put them into water, they dissolved in acid. It was an earth element. So that's kind of where this terminology comes from. So they're really not rare at all. They're actually globally distributed. They're like everywhere. It's almost like if you, you're cooking something and you put a little bit of salt in that, so it seasons it. You don't necessarily need a lot of salt, but it'll flavor everything really well, and you'll find it well dispersed all throughout, let's say, whatever dish you're making. And that's kind of how rare earth elements are. They're all over the place. Yeah, China does have a lot. You can find a lot in Brazil, US, yeah, has kind of a fraction. It's like about 1.5 million tons, it looks like. And India's got a bunch. So they're really all over the place. It's not just located in one place. And what's really remarkable is cerium, which is one of these rare earth elements, is about the same in abundance as copper. And it's actually 5 times abundant as lead. So, these things aren't as rare as we might think, just by going by the name rare earth elements. So that's kind of what we think about. As well as China is really not the only producer of rare earth elements. The US really produces a lot of this. And if you can see underneath that little screen right there, you would see that the US is actually, and this is 2020 from the US Geological Survey, US is second behind China in terms of producing rare earth elements. But you can see like China is pretty much, looming large over everyone else. And one other point I want to make is that these things really are found all over the place. In fact, they were discovered in Sweden, in this village called WRB back in the 18th century. We call this the Galapagos of the periodic table. There were 7 elements within the period of like maybe 20 years that were discovered from ore just from this little island just off the coast of Stockholm. And that's really remarkable to think about, that it's not just one place. Like it's been estimated there's over 800 viable sources for REE all over the world. And they're not just located in one place, not just in Asia, not just in North America. Now, we know that these are significant elements. They're used in all kinds of tech. I'm not going to go into all the details. So this isn't even like half of the applications. I found out researching this that even the Eurozone, in Europe, of the Euro, they even use rare earth elements in the currency as an anti-counterfeit design. If you put a Euro note under like laser, it like lights up like Studio 54 or something like that. So this is really important for technology, not just for consumer things or industrial things, but just defense. It's like really, really significant. So I can see like why this is a big concern, that we have access to these resources. Okay, so this is a boring slide, but you guys, my students, they have to pay attention. It turns out that these elements are very similar in atomic structure. It just really has to do with the what we call the valence electrons or the outermost electrons. They're actually kind of like functionally really buried deep inside the core of the atom. And this gives these elements like really similar properties. So if you think about it, they're really hard to separate. And when they're found, you don't just find one, you find like multiple, like they're just all together. And remember when you were a kid, you were playing with Play-Doh and you took like a couple pieces of Play-Doh and you stuck them together. And you might have come up with something like this. Lanthanides are nothing like this, or rare earth elements. They're like Play-Doh like this, and I don't know if you can see that, but it's like literally you smush these all together. So now mom and dad are like, we're throwing the Play-Doh away and we're gonna like buy new Play-Doh or something like that. So literally to get this from this is like this almost Herculean effort. And it requires like a lot of different steps. So I took this from a dissertation of a student, and I think it was from the North, it's called Northwest, it's not Northwestern Illinois, but this is, I think, from Denmark or Netherlands or somewhere in Europe. Anyways, you can see like there are a lot of steps that have to undergo for rare earth elements, not just to be separated from the dross that you find, but also from each other. So we're talking about like hot acid, hot base, filtration steps over and over and over. And one of the big things that they'll do is something called recrystallization. And that's where you have differential solubility between different substances. And they're so alike in solubility, the differences are so minute, it takes multiple steps to get these things to separate. So really, really super challenging. And because of that, you're going to generate tons, like literally tons of waste material just to recover a little bit of these rare earth elements. And so, like in the mining industry, you're probably aware, like tailings ponds are really useful because you can separate the sediment from the liquid portion. But what are the issues with the tailings ponds? Oh, good, you don't know. Well, let me educate you. You get environmental impacts. You can get spillage, you can get leaking into the water table all over the place. Like it could be a huge mess because these things have to sit for a long time to separate out the solid from the liquid. And so like, hopefully you'll have something really nice neat like that. But if you look at some places in China, it's going to look more like this, kind of like a big environmental mess. And so it's estimated that for every ton of rare earth element you extract, you're gonna like generate like all this waste. Like it's crazy how much waste you generate. Like we're talking like maybe 2,000 cubic meters of tailings just to get 1 ton of this. So think about it this way: you're at home, you're gonna cook for someone, you're making them like not even like an appetizer, like an amuse bouche, just like a bite, and you literally destroy your kitchen to make that 1 bite. And it's the best bite you've ever had. And then you got to rebuild your kitchen, like literally there's this greater in the house. You've got to rebuild. And that's kind of what's going on with the rare earth elements and their refining. So the question is, how did China become the world's biggest leader in this? And my answer, and it's probably super simplistic, is no one gives a rip, because you can do sort of what you want to do when you have a certain governmental setup, I guess you could say. And this big deposit, which is way out in Inner Mongolia, so there's Beijing. And I'm sorry, I don't have a scale up there, but it's super, super far away. There's not a lot of people that live out there. The people that live out there, maybe they're impoverished, they don't really have a whole lot of things, economically going for them. So yeah, of course, they're going to work in this industry that generates a lot of money and a lot of national pride. So it's in this very sparsely populated area, and they actually call this, and I don't think China called this, I think just kind of generally people involved in the environmental aspect of this, we call these sacrifice zones. So I really want to run out and live in the sacrifice zone, right? So there's 2 locations, they're really close to each other. There's Bayan Obo and Valto City. And this is a graphic of Bayan Obo, and literally you've got the city here. You've got tailing ponds here and here. You've got the mine, the open pit mine right here and here. And then people are literally living right there. And they're working in this area, and it is nasty and it is just acrid. And I've heard stories of people going there and being there for a week and just like their energy's gone, their sap, it's just like their eyes burn, their nose is burned. It's just really, really horrible. And you might have people that work for something that give some safety equipment, or you might have like this little mom and pop operation that spring up, like this little gentleman here, where they have like no safety equipment. And they're literally just working this stuff that's just really, really dangerous. And it turns out in this area, these people have like super high cancer rates. General population, you get like 1% out of 500 developing cancer in their lifetime, 1 out of 7. And the stuff that they're bringing up isn't all rare earth elements. So they're bringing up all kinds of materials that get concentrated during the refinement process. A lot of arsenic, a lot of fluoride, and that results in a lot of bone deformation. And we're not talking about like newborns or fetuses. We're talking about like people like us, our age, that are working in these environments that just develop these horrific deformities because of the materials we're working on. Well, going back to the story about 2010 with this incident between China and Japan, before this time, China's finally realizing, no, maybe this is not it. We're going to have to deal with this at some time. So let's kind of see what we can do. And they start to roll back these quotas, what they're going to export to other countries. And this is starting to happen. And, people are starting to wonder, like, what's going on? Why can't we get more stuff? But China's actually starting to dump money in to try to fix the problem. They're actually building a lot of hospitals to deal with all these bone issues. It's like literally hospital, 10-story hospital that just are bone research just to deal with this issue. They're reselling people, they're giving them treatment. They're trying to give some kind of help to the population, but it's happening. They're still having the operation going on. You saw these mom and pop things that are happening just because it's really lucrative. So US, Japan, they form a lawsuit against China after all this, and they're saying, give us some more of these rare earth elements. We really, really need to have it. And so you got more black marketing going on in China because of these profits. So what else is being done outside of China? Well, you've got Araxá mine in Brazil, and it's literally this one state that's named after mining, Minas Gerais. And this mine is dedicated, I think one of the biggest products is niobium, which is used to strengthen steel, but they found all these rare earth elements. And I have to say, and I've been to Brazil, and I really like the Brazilian people. They're really, really fun people. Like if you want to party with some people, and what I really admire about them is that they will admit they've got a lot of issues, and they're doing really, really well at it. And they want to be at the forefront of managing environmental issues. And so they become the first mine to become a ISO 14001 certified, which means that they're going to have an environmental management standard that says, we're going to have specific standards. We're going to stick by these. We're going to be regulated. We're going to go with these regulations over and over cyclically to make sure that we are doing things above board, that any kind of waste we have, we're dealing with this waste. We're just not haphazardly dumping it out. And so that's great. In the US, where is it that we mine usually? Or like, where's the big mine in the US? Mountain Pass, right? So Mountain Pass closes at one point. It's generating a lot of rare earth elements, but there's again a lot of environmental issues. But it opens in 2012 by Molycorp, but they closed in 2015. They're now open again. Is it MP? Was it company MP? Something I can't remember. But it's now in new hands, and so they're trying to compete. But the big issue is, like, how can you compete with the Chinese? Like, they can get away with a lot of stuff, and they're already kind of got their, like, it's like a avalanche just going down the mountain. So they've got this steam, big head steam going. So catching up to them it can be challenging at this point. Well, so what has happened? Are there alternate methods? You've got the Ames lab at Iowa State, like $500 million was done there by the Department of Energy to do research in recycling REEs, or looking at minimizing harsh materials in the production of REEs. You even have some industry like Toyota, they're trying to get away from using that, electric vehicles. The big wind turbines are maybe trying to move away from that. And I apologize. Like every time I practice this topic, I've always been going along. So I'll do my best to stick within the time. But there are two really important things I want to stress here. is that there's really good research out there about how can we produce rare earth elements without generating a lot of environmental problems, a lot of waste chemicals that we have to deal with. So there's just two I'm going to highlight. One is a solventless method of separation that came out of Japan about 20 years ago. And one just was published last year. And I never thought biochemistry, mining. Yeah, that really fits. But there's this really cool thing I want to share that came out of Penn State about a biochemical method of separation for rare earth elements. Now, what we know is solvent extraction is tough. It's a lot of repetitive sequences. You're going to generate a lot of this waste, and you're going to have to deal with that waste. You can use ion exchange technology, which is sort of like the water softener in your house, but it's not really to the point where it's scaled up for industrial use. So you can use it, but not generating the quantities that we need. So this particular method that was developed out of Japan by Yuta and coworkers is a tandem process where they selectively reduce lanthanides, and that's the rare earth elements along the bottom of the periodic table. And they couple that with vacuum distillation. And this way they don't use any solvent at all. And the chemistry for this is like super brilliant. And I wish I had some of my Gen Chem students here because like we just talked about this the other day. It turns out that like most lanthanides have the trivalent so that they give up 3 electrons, but you can get them to the divalent stage and are pretty stable that way. But it turns out that they have different volatilities, meaning that one of these you can get to evaporate or sublime, and the other state will stay in the solid state. So you can do the selective. And they also have different chemical potentials, which means one will react a certain way and one will react slightly different. So you can get them to react in different ways when they're mixed together. And they did a proof of concept where they separated out samarium and neodymium. So two of these rare earth elements. And this is like the really cool part of the chemistry. So what they did is, and for those of you who hate chemistry, like I'm really sorry. Try again. Okay. So what they did was they noticed that if you take samarium in the presence of neodymium, you can get the samarium to react and leave the neodymium alone. It wouldn't react. And you could do the opposite. You could take neodymium and get it to react and not react to samarium. So what you could end up having is a differential reactivity where you can get one thing to react, this thing to react, but they're both in the same vessel. And I don't know how many of you noticed the Nobel Prize that came out a couple of weeks ago. It was for something called click chemistry. This kind of is in the same, it's not click chemistry, but it's sort of in the same vein as click chemistry. So what they ended up doing was they put together this device. They had a reaction mixture in here. So they took samarium, they took neodymium and aluminum, and they reacted it at 1073 Kelvin. So this is like 800 degrees Celsius. So it's a pretty dang hot. And what happens is the samarium would react, but the neodymium wouldn't. And then once they got it to react, they and this is all under vacuum, they bumped the heat up. So what ended up happening was the samarium chloride's not very volatile, so it stays still. But the neodymium now being, the neodymium staying as the trivalent compound now is very volatile, so it'll vaporize, it'll sublime off, and it'll get carried down this tube, and then it deposits on these graphite rings. What they were able to see as a result is the neodymium separated itself from the rest of the reaction mixture was 98% pure. And what was left behind, the samarium, was like 91% pure. So they did this all without solvents, and they were able to get all the reactive material, like all the aluminum chloride, they were able to pull that all off without using any solvent. So if you just say, I've got a 50-50 mixture of these two substances, and you said, okay, that's like a separation factor of 1. So they're not separate, they're 50-50. This method would have a separation factor of 570. So 570 times of just having this 50-50 mixture. So very, very great separation. If you look at the conventional method, that's like a 2 to 10-fold separation. Not the greatest compared to this. So a really, really excellent opportunity they've shown that will work with separating some of these compounds. Okay, now this is the pièce de résistance. This is the part I'm really excited about. Okay, so we all know what enzymes are, right? There are biological catalysts. We all have them. Every living organism has it. We need them for life. And a lot of these require cofactors like metals, zinc, copper, like all those little, minerals that we have to have for us to survive. Like these enzymes need to have it. And so it turns out there are some enzymes that need lanthanides, that need rare earth elements to function. And there's a whole class of these called dehydrogenases. And there's a specific subset that need lanthanides. And so there were researchers at Penn State that identified one of these, and they called it landmodulin. And landmodulin can actually bind to 3 ions of lanthanide. And there's like an analogous one called calmodulin that will bind calcium. And they're super similar, but landmodulin has like 100 million-fold selectivity of lanthanides over calcium, which is important because you might find a lot of calcium with these lanthanide deposits. And so they found this, they discovered this in bacteria, and they just grew a whole lot of this so they could think about using this as a purification method. So this is where the biochem or molecular biology and the mind comes into play. And the cool thing about this is most enzymes are wussy. Like if you heat them up a little bit, they'll just kind of fall apart. So like the Dodgers did a few weeks ago. And I can say that because I'm a big Dodger. But if you heat them up, they fall apart. But this thing is like a G. Like it is just going and going and going. You can heat them up, you can put them in acid, like they'll still function. So what they did was they bound up the enzyme on a plastic bead. And then they stuck all these beads in a column and they used this as a trap. And what they did was they fed just a low-grade rare earth element bead through that trap. And they found that all the undesirable ions just filtered straight through and it kept the lanthanides on that trap. So again, lanthanides are a component of rare earth elements. And they kept it on that trap on the landmodulin. Then when they acidified that, or they used a chelating agent like citrate, they were able to actually get this to loop off the column and get this separated out from all the unwanted material. And they actually found that when they immobilized this on these beads, it actually became sort of hardier. It was able to withstand even more acidic pHs. And what I have here is just showing you that this curve represents the amount of volumes that it would take to elute these out. And so what I'm showing you here is that, yes, these ions will elute off the column. They're not going to be trapped on the column, which is good because you want these to come off. And what this represents are all of these unwanted ions that you might find in the feed with the rare earth elements. So they actually come off first. And then you've got neodymium here, and that's actually staying on the column. And then when you acidify it, it'll actually come off the column. So we're showing that, yeah, you can get these two things separated. And what they found even further is that they were able to separate ion pairs of lanthanides. And so you've got, let's see, so you've got neodymium here and yttrium here, and you can see how yttrium will elute off the column first, and then you've got neodymium eluting off second. And then you've got also neodymium here, and you've got dysprosium here, and they're able to separate those pretty well. So we're talking like greater than 95% separation, and we're talking about just going one pass through the column. That's it, just one pass through the column. If you try to approximate this purity using traditional methods, 4 runs of solvent extraction will give you like 95% purity. So what this says is like, this is a really, really good method for doing this. And this part really excited me when I found this in the paper because the paper was so long. Like I literally took like 5 hours. to read inventions. I know first world problems, right? So they actually got, and again, this is from Penn State, so they got from Powder River Basin fly ash. And this is the stuff that when the coal's combusted, it's the floating particulates that get trapped. This is what they looked at. So it's like really low rare earth element content. So they were actually able to purify this like pretty successfully. So again, these are the unwanted ions that were of other minerals that are in that fly ash. We're able to get them to come off. And then down here is the neodymium, I believe, that's being trapped, or sorry, the total rare earth elements is down here. That's being trapped on the palm. So this is showing that, yeah, we can get all this other stuff off. We can trap the rare earth elements and then elute that off separately. And what this graphic is showing is the amount of purification that they're getting versus liquid extraction. So I realize this is sort of tiny, but the kind of the orangish color is the land modulin, the protein-based one. So if this is baseline, so just saying this is everything sort of mixed together, anything above that line, so down here, would be an improvement on purification in a factor of 10. So for most cases, these different unwanted elements can be easily separated, or maybe not easily, but readily separated over liquid extraction, which is the typical method. So most of these work more effectively with this biological approach. And they can actually separate out groups of the heavy rare earth elements from the lighter rare earth elements. And what's super remarkable about this is they get very high purities. You're using like literally no organic solvents. And the solvents that you're using are basically just sort of like a buffer that can just wash off and be neutralized like really, really easily without any kind of major biological or environmental impact. So hopefully what I've shown you is something really optimistic, that even though the traditional purification methods can seem really onerous and you've got just a lot of waste to deal with, like there are researchers that are looking at this critically and seeing like how can this be done in a very cheap and very economical fashion. So that's what I have for you today. And I'll make this available for you if you'd like to have this PowerPoint. And I've got all the citations I've used and a few other ones. And what I really recommend if you want a really good primer into this is look at the Science History Institute. They're actually funded by the American Chemical Society. They're based out of Philadelphia. They're like super close to Independence Square. And it is like the neatest place to go to. So they have like the symposia that they put on of rare earth elements, and there's like tons of videos about this. So I recommend that. But I've got all these up here if you're interested in, and you can click on them and download some of these resources. And I'd be more than happy to take any questions that you have. Yeah.
So are these methods effective on like a large scale, or are they still looking into how they would work large scale?
So right now, these are on large scales. Like I'm not sure exactly like kind of gram wise where they are, but yeah, this has not been adapted to anything that like industry could use like today. This one.
You know, you paint a pretty bleak picture of the mining industry.
And I apologize that wasn't my intent.
American developed countries mining follow very stringent environmental regulations to get a mine permit and operate. You're talking about in the past, before they went bankrupt, they had new plans that they implemented with zero discharge and used dry stack tailings instead of a tailings pond, chloralkali to regenerate the hydrochloric acid. They put a lot of attention to, because they're in California, to what to do with the environmental aspects of mining rare earth elements. Unfortunately, the Chinese they took it over, and they only make flotation concentrate. Now they go to China. That's where all that production is shown. It's really Chinese production from the American exports.
Do they own part of that mining operation?
Yes, they do.
Okay, that's what I thought.
We weren't supposed to, but the way the Chinese do. So, you know, we need resources in this country, and we need to do it environmentally sound. But the laws and the regulations they have currently are very protective of any. And it's not like buying it over. Basin is actually iron mine. The rarest are byproducts. My 2 cents per.
No, I appreciate that. That part of my, I have to say, I'm pretty ignorant of that part of the mining part. That's not my forte, so I appreciate from the mining community.
But I liked your 2 examples. They're really good.
Thank you.
New technology.
Yeah.
But one is just for the metal reduction stage, which is only a small part of it. One is for just separation stage, which is just a small part of being able to take an ore and make the metals.
Right, yeah, there's obviously like a lot more that has to go on. And I realize that, like, this might be kind of a simplistic way of viewing it. But it just seems like it's just that separation part, because these things are so similar to each other. Just getting them apart from each other, like, just from the reading I did, that seems like a super critical part, because it's like the Play-Doh, they're so stuck together.
You're right, it takes multiple stages of solvent extraction to purify the rare earths from each other. But the technology is there to do that. The only advantage of something new would be if it were cheaper.
Okay,
That's gonna be.
okay, thank you for that perspective.
Just to clear this up for me, on the enzymes, the one that for lanthanum, I think, does it, take all the rare earth elements and you put it into different mixtures, or is it just lanthanum specific?
So you got all the, pardon me, so you got all the lanthanides, and I believe it's selected just for lanthanide, so the whole group. Okay. So yeah, I know, you got lanthanum, and then you got the lanthanides, actually a lot of times it's the lanthanum. So it sounds. Yeah, it'll take all of them. Thank you very much, Dr. Alvin. Dr. Perry, I don't know if we can give a round of applause. Only a few minor hurdles there. Hopefully we can talk more of the workout right now. We're going to start those around 2:20, let's say 2:30. Check the mail, make sure the number.